Hello, everyone. How is everybody doing? I am here with zetamath and Tallcat.
Guess which is which?
Yeah.
Well, I am sitting down. They can't see my full height.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. If we stood up, it would be very clear.
So, hi, Paulfly and J40 and Jays. Welcome, Belzita. Welcome, Carabet. Acid Helm, Emma, Zampini. Yes.
Have there been Tallcat puzzles recently that I have not done? Am I like way behind? I feel like I've not done many Tallcat puzzles in the recent.
There have not been many puzzles lately because unfortunately real life has been getting in the way of my set. Well, real life and doing apps for CTC, doing app puzzles for CTC has been getting in the way.
Yeah, so Tallcat's most recent on LMD is Cyber, which we did a while back.
Yes, that's the one I started doing on stream, and then it became clear to me as I was doing it on stream that I'd already done it on stream before.
The one before that is Ben Nevis, and that's all the way back in December.
Yeah, yes. I also have published one total puzzle on LMD this year, so I at some point I'll make a second.
Yeah, I have a couple in the back catalog that I need to publish. It's just I haven't gotten around to it because real life has been annoyingly busy.
Ditto.
Yeah.
I did start setting a country road pentaminous the other day.
Oh goodness. I have started actually playing around with I've been digging out a couple of old chaos construction rule sets. Some of KNT's older rule sets and a couple of others that I've been playing with. So I hope to I've started working on one of those just recently. So
I do hope to publish a puzzle again someday as well.
Yeah.
Although, funnily enough, I placed one clue in the grid, and then after an hour of working on it, proved the puzzle could never be unique. That was my my most recent when I was working on this. It's like literally one letter in the grid, and it already was impossible for it to be unique. It was like wonderful.
Yeah, I spent a good amount. I spent about 3 hours yesterday working on the opening, and I got about well into it, and then I was like, this is boring and it's painful, and I'm the one setting it. So yeah.
I'm curious what a disambiguating black dot and a pentaminous puzzle would look like, but I was contemplating what sorts of horrible disambiguating rules I could include, but somehow it feels inelegant to have a disambiguating clue in the break-in. But I'm not saying I'm above it, just
well, that will be when people least expect it, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Hey, Jay. Hey, Selena. Yeah, we are starting with this 5-star set puzzle.
I'm not convinced set is the right thing for it.
Really?
I'm looking around the outside, and I think this is going to be about the sort of counting digits in the row 1, column 1, row 9, column 9, and then maybe a few other select things. But the fact that the cages in the corners are not square is what suggests to me I don't think it's quite set. But yeah, Tristan can sort of fill in our quintuples.
So
that's 6, 8, 9 in the bottom left, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it had better be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly could be the odd thing. That is possible.
That's the thing that jumped out to me, just because the 45 cage and that L-shaped,
but yeah, so now row 9, column 9 just is 9. So that's the sort of thing that I find cute.
7, you mean?
Sorry, 7. Yes, 7, 7, 9. Row 9, column 9 is 7. There we go.
Yes.
Because the 7 needs to be vertical and needs to be horizontal, and that's the only way for it to be both.
Yep.
So we get to do a 7 dance. Wow! Oh no, where is Quackers? Is Quackers with Kate Middleton? Is that how we're supposed to
Quackers is here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He's just letting his friend take first dance.
I see. That is fair.
Now we have an 8-9 pair in this row, for what that's worth.
Indeed. And we can't have a 6, 7, 8, or 9 in that 5 cage or that 6 cage.
Yeah,
Great.
Actually, the 15 cage is just 4, 5, 6 in box 9.
Yep.
Funnily enough, I did that by doing the Audi math and seeing that the Audis summed to 6, and so it had to be 1, 2, 3. But Tallcat did it in the snazzier way by just knowing all the 3-cell ways to make 15 and identifying that without 7, 8, 9, it had to be 4, 5, 6.
Yes, because I have all of those memorized, you see.
I assume that what you actually have memorized is that they're entropic unless they're 4, 5, 6. And so once the highs are gone, then the only available one is 4, 5, 6. That is my guess.
That sounds far more math professor than I'm used to.
I think that is
yes. The blue line is a region sum line, and everything else is standard rules. We never went over rules, but everything's standard, and this is a region sum line.
I only know the thing about 3-cell 15 cages because it was the point of a 2 to 10th puzzle at some point.
That is true.
I guess we can do this. It is
funny that this region sum line could very easily have been an arrow.
Both of the that's true. Both, although the fact it carries over, well, no, it could have been an arrow too.
Yeah, the circle would have just been row 3, column 3.
Yeah,
but then the circle would probably have overlapped the 45 in an upsetting way, and so the 45 was probably more important. Hey, Vibhav, welcome.
Both of the arrow circles are 6, 7, 8, 9 as well.
Yep.
Is this I mean, so I think, look, because I know Zeta is resistant to this, but I think it might behoove us to at least have do the odd.
Yeah, you got to at least look at it, given the shape of the thing down there.
So that would be one set, and then
is this?
That's correct. But if you take the 45 and the region sum square out, then they should be exactly equivalent.
You should probably explain, Tristan, what exactly the claim about these highlighted cells is, because the claim is well, the claim, A, you have not colored them, and B, you have not explained it.
Okay, the claim is the basic claim is that the purple cells are exactly the green cells plus one set of the digits 1 to 9.
But we can actually remove one set of the digits 1 to 9
using the region sum line.
Yep.
So we can, very nice.
So move row 2, column 4. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So the green cells are the purple cells now. So the purple cells have no repeated digits, for what it's worth.
For what it's worth as well, row 3, column 3 is row 4, column 1. Just by arrow sum SysGI logic, that digit cannot appear on the small arrow in box 4. So it has to be row 4, column 1.
Why can't it appear on the small arrow in box?
So it's arrow sum logic.
Oh, it's because of the okay, right. It's because the combining those two, the sum needs to be at least 15, and it would be too big if we used that.
So if row 3, column 3 goes on the small arrow, then then row 6, column 3 would be the sum of 4 digits and would be 10.
Yep.
Yep.
So it's row 4, column 1.
Which
So we can catch a bit.
actually, I don't know if it helps, but we could reorganize our set like this now.
Well, why don't we catch up all of the digits that are the same, just so that we know they're all the same?
Fine.
Because I think there's probably some interesting interaction between that catch-up digit and where it goes in the 23-24 cages around the border. Because if it's 6, 8, or 9, then we know it is exactly there, which and it would also be exactly in row 1, column 9.
Oh,
6, 8, or 9.
Selena suggests a different set that is a little more fruitful. Shall we try this? I think this is
Sure, why not?
a good idea. So row 3, column 3, and box 5. And this is in the set twice. So we should mark that somehow.
Well, you just take the 45 cage out, and then it's not in the set twice anymore.
True.
Well, hang on, let me... Then row 6, column 6.
Box 1.
And box 1.
So you can make row 3, column 3 green now.
Yeah. So, whoops. We can do that, and we can make this blue.
Yeah.
And remove all of this business, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, I see. And now you can drop. Now you can drop the arrows as well because they're equivalent.
Ah, yes, that's very cute. Because the blue has the same sum as the green. So we're no longer preserving digits, we're only preserving sums.
Right. Now that we're preserving sums.
So we know the sum of the blue digits down there is 45 minus 17, which is a number.
28. 28. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
7.
The ends aren't 7.
And so now if you ask where 8 and 9 are in row 6 and column 6, I think it starts to get interesting. Because the arrow puts a lot of pressure on that.
Well, also actually from the odd trick as well, we know that row 3, column 3 must be 6 or 7 then. Because we know that that appears in the blue cage. From our odd set, we know that row 4, column 1, that we know the catch-up digit appears in the cage from our odd set we did earlier.
How?
Because if you remember, that was one of the purple digits. Right,
Yep.
we had 4.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, the previous one, right?
Yeah, from the previous set.
So this is only 6 or 7.
Yes.
Let's see.
So that means
this is only 8 or 9 on the arrows. or at least on that arrow, sorry, on row 6, column 3 is only 8 or 9 because the 5 cells sum to at least 15. The other one is not necessarily the same.
Welcome, Logan.
So worth noting 8 and 9 can't both be in the 17 cage, and that's probably why it's a 17 cage.
Sayori, where do 8 and 9 go in row 7? They go here.
Ah, yes.
Yep.
And column 7 as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so there must be one. Okay, so there must be one 8 or 9, I think, in row 6 in box 5.
By uniqueness, the arrow in row 3, column 6 is an 8 or a 9.
By uniqueness?
Because if it wasn't in column 6, you'd have an 8-9 pair right next to it, which would make the an immediate 8-9 deadly pattern. But I'm still convinced we're supposed to be asking about 8-9s in row 6 and column 6. So I think one of these arrows is going to have to be like a 9-8-1 arrow or something, or
well,
we're going to have an 8-9
the
in
box
sort of the
4
wings.
The box 4 arrow cannot be 9-8-1 because there's a 1 on the region sum line.
That's not box 4, Tristan.
Sorry, I was looking at Garian's point. What?
The box, so that can't be 9-8-1. So there has to be 1-8-9. One
Yeah,
of
we should
8.
probably mark those cells as 1, 2, 1, 2, 4. And definitely have a 1 and a 2. So Tallcat's point is there is definitely an 8 or 9 in row 6, column 4 or row 6, column 5.
Yes.
And that is enough to guarantee that the arrow in column 6 is an 8 or a 9. Because we need to put that 8-9 in column 6.
Yes.
And whether it's in the arrow circle or on the arrow is an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
And the other of 3 and 4 goes here.
Mm-hmm.
So these are a virtual 1, 2, 3, 4 quad.
Is that true, Jay Dyer, or is it possible the two circles?
They can't be like if they're both 8, they can't be both the same because that would force them into the 17 cage in box 1, for example.
Is it a problem with one of them being in the 17 cage?
No, I mean, like, so if both of them were 8, then they would have to be different arrows. Like one would be 1, 2, 5, one would be 1, 3, 4.
Yes,
but
I don't agree with that.
There is an 8 or 9. I think was it Logan said earlier that there is an 8 or 9 in the 17 cage.
I mean, I guess it's probably worth marking that row 3, column 2 is 6, 7, 8, or 9, because there are so much of the puzzle is about 6, 7, 8, 9s. The fact that that one is 6, 7, 8, 9 is probably relevant.
And actually, in box 4, 8 and 9 are in column 3.
Yep.
So there is an 8 or 9 in there as well.
Yep. We could invent a color of line to mean one of these two cells is an 8 or a 9, and then we'd have a couple of those lines, at least. And so in fact, it's the same 8, 9 that's in row 6, column 4, or row 6, column 5.
And row 3. Oh, hang on a sec.
Hang on. So yeah, so that does make these.
Yeah, they must be different.
Because there's also. Oh, hang on. No.
No. If there's an 8-9 pair in column 3 of box 4, then the 8-9 that is in row 3, column 6 must be in the 17 cage, which means the other 8-9 is not in the 17 cage, so it must be in row 3 of box 1. So it must be different. Does that make sense?
I think that's true.
Right. I think you, yeah. So one of these two cells, yeah, I would definitely be using a line to indicate one of these two is 8-9, because I think it makes this a lot clearer. So one of these two cells is 8-9. And so and so therefore, now you look at box 1 and note the two 8-9s both go in column 1 or 2. However, they can't both go in the 17 cage. So one of them, your pink line is wrong, Tristan, in row 3.
One of them is in, in box
So the
1.
point is, in box 1, one of the 8-9s needs to be in row 3, column 1 or row 3, column 2. But I don't think that tells us anything about whether they're the same or different, right?
No, I mean, if there's an 8-9 pair in the 8-9 that is in row 3, column 6 must be in the 17 cage.
Agree.
So therefore, the other 8-9 in column 3 must be in row 3. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's the pink one.
I mean, I don't even think the pink ones are the same. The pink ones are just one of these two is 8-9. Also, one of row 6, column 4 and row 6, column 5
I see
is
what
8-9.
you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Gotcha.
See, I'm trying to understand Paul Fly's
row 6,
point
column
because...
4, row 6, column 5. Tristan, you should mark as a pink line because we're using that.
Okay. I'm trying to understand Paul Fly's point because if it's true, that gets us a digit. So one of the 8-9s is here and one is here.
Yes. Okay, yes, I understand Paul Fly's point. The point is, none of those green cells in row 3 are 8-9. And so there has to be an 8-9 in one of the 4 cells. So you can draw a pink square in the green cells in box 5, is Paul Fly's point.
Yeah, so yes. So
one
now
of those
that takes
is 8-9.
So
because
both our 8-9s have to go here. So in particular,
so this landed where I thought it was going to land, but in a way that was more complicated than I originally thought it was going to be.
In particular, that's a 9 with a 1-8.
And so now our 5 cage is 2-3. If you chase through the blue L.
5 cage.
Yeah, so the 1-8 looks down. Rules 1 out of all of those.
Oh, gotcha.
So therefore 1 is in box 6.
So
therefore it's not in the 5 cage. So the 5 cage is 2-3, which gives you a 1 below it.
So now we know there's an 8 in these cells.
Yeah.
And we proved these were different, did we?
No. Everyone thinks they've proven they're different, but then every time upon closer examination, we have not proven that they're different.
Yeah.
They might be different. We don't know, but I think we don't yet know.
So we need a 9 in the
There's definitely a 9 in the 17 cage though now.
With a 1.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a 1, it's too big. Yeah, 2, 3, 4 plus 9 would be 18. I can confirm.
So it goes with a 3, 4 or a 2, 5. Yeah, and we definitely have a 1 on the 9 arrow.
You can remove 2, 3
Why?
from.
Is there a reason it can't be 2, 3, 4 that I'm not seeing?
We definitely have a 3 on that arrow because it's either 1, 3, 5 or
Right.
2,
It's
3.
definitely not 1, 2, 6. I agree with that.
Okay, so there's a 3.
Oh, it's a Zach wing on 1s. Ah, I see. Between the 17 cage and the arrow that forces there to be a 1. So it is 1, 3, 5.
So this is actually, yeah, and we know where the 5 goes.
Yeah.
This is a 1, 3 pair. That's a 5.
Yep. And so you should
Was
probably
that an apology to Tristan there?
from chat?
No, from you.
I don't think so, but Tristan was right. Absolutely. That digit's a 4.
Yep.
There's a 6 corner marked above it, looking down, and there's a 2, 3 pair in the box with it.
Not 4, not 6.
And you should remove 2 and 3 from all the remaining cells that 2, 3 pair sees.
Hmm. So we know that arrow in box 7 has a 1 on it as well, for what it's worth. By a Zach wing.
Yes.
The other green cells in row 3 are only from 2, 4, 6, 7, I believe, if you wanted to write it in.
Yep.
Let's see. This arrow doesn't have a 4 on it.
It's 3, 5 or 3, 6. I think.
It's cute spot from Sayori. Now ketchup is 7. Because if ketchup is 6, now the arrow does not have 1, 2, 3, or 4 to go on it, and the 2-cell arrow would break.
Yeah, I think Tallcat just proved it in a different way, but that we can de-ketchup.
Yep. It's just as important to ketchup as to de-ketchup. Or just as important to de-ketchup as it is to
Six or
ketchup. There we go.
8. So this is 2 or 4. There's a 1 here. Hidden 7. Oh. In row 1. Hidden 7 in row 1.
Yeah.
Ah, that is.
Yeah. Nice spot.
Ah, so Carl's point is if this is a 9 arrow, it also is 1, 3, 5.
Yes.
We need
Which
to again
we can't
convince
have.
us why it's not 2, 3, 4. Again. Oh, because it has a 1 on it, right? It has a 1 on it already. So yeah, so if this was a 9 arrow, it would be 1, 3, 5, and then both 9 arrows would end up in the 17 cage. And that would sum to 18 and not 17.
Yeah. Kristen doesn't.
That's why I did the puzzle, because I thought that was going to be one of the steps.
Oh, it's similar to your crosswalk, right? The Nabna band thing.
Yeah, it's not infinitely far. It's almost exactly a step from Pastiche, one of my older puzzles that used a similar sort of grid setup to sort of count these things.
The point is 1, 3, 5, 9 is too big.
Yes.
So that's an 8. This is a 3, 5. 9 is in one of these cells. 9 is in one of these cells.
The 6, 9 pair there, the pink line. Yeah.
remove 3, 5 from the rest of row 6. And in particular, that now tells you the composition of the 6 cage in box 8. Because now
because
there's a 5 in one of
5.
these cells. Right.
So these are 2 and 4.
So row 6, column 6 is a 2 then.
Yep.
So,
so this is
I would say...
Oh, this is just 3.
Yep. The 2, 4 looks over at box 9. To be clear, the pinks were not given. The pinks are just our notational way of communicating about what was happening with the 8s and 9s.
This is 1 or 5 only.
Yep. Your 3 can look up column 7, which will do a bunch more because it's going to get rid of all of blue. Because yep, now that's a 5 and a 7 and a 1.
Very good.
So that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 4.
1 in box 7.
We have a 6-9 pair in the
That's
45
helpful.
cage. So that's a 4 and that's a 2.
What are
It's
these
a 6,
cages?
8 pair over there, giving us a 6, 8, 9 triple in column 1, so you can remove some 9 corner marks.
That's a 1 now.
Two in column 7 is the last digit.
There's also a virtual 6, 8, 9 triple in column 2 once you remove the 9 corner mark in column 1.
9 corner mark from column 1. What?
Because there's a 6, 8, 9 triple in column 1.
And
so there's not a 9 up there. So there is a 9 in that column, but that gives you a virtual 6, 8, 9 triple in the column. Or I guess it's just a 6, 8 pair.
6, 8 pair.
Yeah.
6 in box 8. The last digit. And 6 in box 2.
So we get a 6 there.
It's
And that
9.
places the 9 in the 17 cage, as well as giving us where the 1 is on the arrow in box 2, which is also going to place the 1 in the 17 cage. Look at the 8, 9 pair, Tristan, in the row of, there you go. So that's the 1. Placing the 1 down here on this arrow. Woohoo! This is a really nice puzzle. Row 2, column 8 seems to be something. Sven or Mark will know. I think it's a 4.
I love how your automatic instinct is to mark it.
Oh, of course, yes. I mean,
5, 7.
if there's one thing Mark loves, it's naked singles or something.
I'm sure that's Lebelius.
Let's see. What about column
7 in
6?
row 6.
There's this. No, what are these digits? 4 is one of them again. And 6, I think. I think these are a 4 or 6 pair.
Okay.
You can pencil mark the rest of column 5 and 4, actually.
And row 2.
So that's also a 3, 5. Oh, we have
Oh, we didn't do a bedding tree. I just realized.
I believe in box 5, you can now place the 3 as the digit there.
That should do it, I think. Looks like.
I'm impressed with how long the composition of this 8 arrow has resisted.
Yeah, it's
being
very
determined.
impressive.
Let's see.
There's a 2 on it.
Row
just
3,
like
column
Sudoku.
2, Sayori has done some complicated algebra to deduce if you
Row
want to
7,
use that.
column 3 is a 2. Sudoku. If you just look at Sudoku on 2 in box 7, then row 7, column 3 is a 2.
Yep.
So finally figured it out.
I think Carl saw a more elegant way to disambiguate the 8 arrow a little bit earlier. I was expecting something like that. There is a fill in the blank in row 8, column 3 that
that'll do
you should pretend not to see for a really long time because it will build engagement. That's what I usually do.
Like, what resolves this?
You're very good at that. You're very good at ignoring that. Okay.
So there was set, but I wouldn't call it a set puzzle. It was certainly exactly the kind of puzzle I expected by looking at the geometry of it, with lots of sort of neat stuff, especially the figuring out where the 8s and 9s were was sort of exactly what I was hoping for in a puzzle that looked like this. Very cool puzzle. I look forward to seeing more Ali M puzzles in the future.
Yeah, I think the one thing that is a little was that it does scream the odd set when it turns out not to be the odd set.
Yeah.
I think I struggled to find the second set if Selena
hadn't yeah.
But very good.
Yeah, Selena coming in clutch there.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing we got out of that was that there wasn't an 8 or a 9 in blue, and it's possible we could have gotten that without set at all.
Yes, true.
Because literally that's the only thing we got out of it. We didn't do anything else. And it's possible that was the most elegant way to do it, but it's also possible that the structure of the grid is such that if we used our pink lines, we might have been able to deduce it otherwise.
Pink lines for the win.
Pink lines are the new hotness for I'm definitely going to make a pink line puzzle now where all the pink lines only mean that the pink line contains at least 1 8 or 9.
Oh God, what have we done?
People will be delighted. It will be
well,
as Jay says, there's always another way to prove anything. It's definitely true. I'm just curious in this case, given that that's what we ended up proving, I'm curious if there was a direct way to prove it, if that was what we were looking for. Because it's possible that if you didn't find the set, you might have gotten there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Jaleb suggests an 8 or 9 line or Renban ambiguity puzzle. That could be fun. It's funny because you could actually make it unique with just an 8 or 9 line or Renban ambiguity puzzle because it would distinguish between 8s and 9s, which is all you need.
Oh, that's true.
Hey, Blackjack Fitz, welcome.
I'm going to refill my coffee cup for a second.
Well, we can take a quick break and pull up another puzzle and come back in a minute. So we will be right back. While we're away, if you could like the stream, if you haven't done so, that helps us out a lot. And we'll see you in a minute with another puzzle. We are back now that chat has made Tallcat very uncomfortable.
Yes, people, I'm British. You have no idea how uncomfortable this makes me. But anyway, I'm just gonna hide behind the bear.
All right, so here we have a broken 1-5. Is Belzita still here? She was earlier. Otherwise, I can go ping her. All right, so we've got broken 159 where digits in red cells are, what's it called? Row indexers? I never.
Oh Lord, I can never remember whether it's row or column indexing, and I always think I remember, and then I try and then I pull it up in rank solver, and then it comes out green, and I'm like, well, fuck. So it's never in a million years. But anyway, they say where the something is somewhere. That's what matters.
Yeah, digits. Red digits in column 1 indicate where the 1 is in their row. Negative constraint alert.
Yes, it's broken.
All possible red cells have been given. Thank you, Nikolai.
That is what the broken 159 rule set means standardly. Although this really feels like a blast from the past. Broken 159s were a thing there for a while, 3 years ago or something.
I don't see Belzita, so I'm gonna ping her.
Mm-hmm.
And so the entropic lines, I don't think Tristan said, are 1 of 1, 2, 3, 1 of 4, 5, 6, and 1 of 7, 8, 9 in any order, but 1 of each for the length 3 ones and 2 of the 3 for that. And so Sayori has discovered the same break-in I have, which is that if you explain the secret of 159 and look at box 4 and box 6, you get a 4-6 and a 1-9 pair. So the secret of 159 is that if you have all of them in a box, so like in box 4, for example, those also have to be 1 of 1, 2, 3, 1 of 4, 5, 6, and 1 of 7, 8, 9. And so those 3 cells that Tristan has highlighted are 1 of each, and the next column over is 1 of each because there's already 2 entropic lines in the column, which then means the whisper is also 1 of each, which means it has a 4, 5, or a 6 on it. You
so
can
that's a 4 or
out,
6. That's a 1 or a 9.
Do we know that's the 4-6? I don't think we know that's the 4-6, but that is definitely a 1-9.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And likewise, in exactly the same logic applies in box 6.
Yes.
So and these are
those 1-9s are indexes, or indexed, yeah.
7.
Indeed.
And that's all Zeta has. So tune in next week.
That's how much I got in the looking at the fact that there were entropic lines and whisper lines and 159 floating around. That is how far I made it in my.
And we do have to have a 4-6 in one of these, and a 4-6 in one of these.
Yes.
Yep.
But it can't be the same 4-6.
Skin colored lines are entropic, Jaleb.
Yep.
I'm quite thought on the skin colored.
I mean, it's like Donald Trump skin colored.
Indeed.
I do think coloring is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Actually, so then hang on a second. That's 9. That would be... So yeah, row 5, column 1 is also yellow. Because if it's a 7, then the purple would be 1. And if it's a 3, then the yellow would be 1. So that is also yellow. And
okay. So that's purple.
Yep.
Why is that again?
Okay,
because if yeah, go ahead.
If this is purple, then the other purple is on the German Whisper above, and then something.
No, just by index.
If this is 3, this is 1, and they're both yellow. But if this is 7, this is 1, this is 9, and they're both yellow.
I see. Got it. Okay.
So this is always the same high-lowity as this.
Yep.
Which was a cool spot to talk at.
Yes.
I don't know if it does anything, but you know.
Yeah.
And the yellow 4-6 we know is in column 1, and the purple 4-6 we know is in column 3 in this box. So there's only one yellow that's not the yellow 4-6.
Yeah, Selena points out we can corner mark some 5s for what it's worth.
Yeah, so one of those 2 cells.
And in box 6 as well. One of those 3 cells.
Yeah, because there's no reason it can't go on the entropic line, at least naively. We do know that in box 6, there is a purple 4-6 in one of the 2 cells. So funnily enough, those 4-6s index things and tell you that the 1s and 9s in box 5 are in the corner cells. So you could corner mark 1 and 9 into the 4 corner cells of box 5 just by indexing nonsense.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's going to tell us finally which 4-6 or which of these things really is 4-6. I'm not sure yet. But it's possible that if we think enough about the consequences that we'll actually finally be able to say that row 4, column 3 is into 4-6, but I'm not sure.
So hang on, remind me. So you said a yellow 4-6 is in column 1 of box 4.
Oh, we know what the other 2 digits of these are, Paul Flight points out, because where do 3 and 7 go in box 5? Not in these cells, because we know none of these are 5s.
Yep.
So this is actually a 1, 3, 7, 9 quadruple.
And so then Jay Dyer points out the other 2 white cells are a 4-6 pair. Or sorry, they're from 4-5-6, not that they're a 4-6 pair. But we only get to put one 4-5-6 onto the onto the pink part. And so then the pink part has a 2, an 8, and a 4-5-6. And so the 2 does not place a
2 isn't
5
here
on German Whisper. So yeah, so the 2 is down there. Yep.
Yeah, we could have just done that from indexing. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's an 8 in the column somewhere, but who knows where.
Yeah.
So in fact, actually, row 4, column 5 is only 5 or 8, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, somebody's saying, I was tempted to think this had to be 4, 5, 6, but it does not.
I think probably row 4, column 5 is the first part of a Y wing. That's my guess.
To be fair, the only person that spotted my intended path 100% was Crusader. Okay.
I think Crusader was the one that made Huey, Dewey, and Louie, which is a puzzle that I really liked a long time ago.
So remind. So in box 4, you said that the yellow 4-6 is in column 1, right?
Right.
So then the other must be purple.
Right. We actually started the other way. We started by knowing that one of the two purple digits had to be 4, 6, because those 3 cells are entropic.
Yes.
And so therefore we need a middle digit for column 1, and the only middle digit left is yellow 4, 6.
Yeah.
That's sort of the flow of the logic.
So those are a yellow-purple pair in both columns then. Because if it's a yellow 4-6 and a yellow 3-7, then the other has to be purple, right?
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Let's see. Carrion doesn't think this can be the 4-6. That would make these two purple 1-9. Purple 1-9 would go down here.
It can't be a 6 for sure, because that would make row 4, column 2 a 1, and that would break indexing. If it's a 4, that would make it a 9. 1, 3.
Right. That one would break indexing. That's true.
Yeah. I don't see why it can't be a
Oh, no. Sorry. In boxes 4 and 6, the remaining 1-9 will be in...
Oh, okay. Got it. It can't be 4 because then you would put a 9 that would break indexing in column 9. Because if it was a 4, you would have 9 and 9. And that would put a 1-2 on that whisper.
Oh, yes. Yep. So does that mean this is yellow 4-6?
Yes.
Oh yeah, wow, that's great. Okay, yeah, yep, got it. Okay, yeah, the whisper would literally be a 1-2 whisper, and 1 and 2 are not 5 apart. Got it. Okay.
So that's purple 1-9. Does that mean this is yellow 1-9? No. Yes?
No, it actually means that row 4, column 2 is yellow 2-8, though, because we know that row 4, column 1 must be purple now.
Yep, and it's the last yellow digit.
We can remove 1 in box 5, row 4, because that's now in row 6.
Sorry, what?
The yellow in row 6, column 1 index is a 1.
Yeah.
And as Sayori points out, we now know where the yellow 4-6 is in box 6. Yeah. Okay.
That's yellow.
Yep.
And I was going to say it can't be 1-9, but that's not true. Okay.
There's only 2 spots for yellow 2-8 in row 5.
True.
I feel like the length 2 entropic line in box 6 is mocking us.
Let's see. Okay, so row 4, column 1 is limited.
Yeah, because it can't be 3-7. Wait, could it be 3-7?
Could
No,
be
sorry, it could be
3. It could
3-6.
be 3, but it can't be 7. And it could be
Oh yes, it definitely can't be
8,
7.
but it can't be 2.
Yeah, I guess you could just fill in all the digits and then just delete all the ones that that it obviously can't be.
It's not 1. It's not 1 9.
Can't be 2.
Can't be 2. Could be 3. Can't be 4, 5, 6, 7. It could be 8 or it's 3 or 8.
Yep. So yeah, so one of those 2 is an 8, which tells you row 4, column 5.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it tells you row 4, column 5 is the thing you don't want it to be.
Yeah.
But we get to do a 5 dance.
At least it tells us that those are a 5-8 pair, or sorry, a 2-8 pair. And yes, we can do the 5 dance. Boop, boop, doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wow. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, boop, 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 boop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Great to dance with you again, Quackers, says Zach.
So this is a 4-6 pair.
Indeed, and those are a 2-8 pair to finish off the box. Which is, I guess, indexing-wise, telling us not a whole lot, but I guess actually it is telling us something interesting. If the 5 goes in row 6, column 8, it tells us the purple 4-6 goes in row 4, column 9. Because we need a middle digit in that column. That would be the only option. So is that interesting in some way? If that is purple 4-6. I mean, it would place the purple 4-6 in the boring place in box 4.
Belzita says, interesting first digit.
Here's a fun fact. Row 3, column 5 can't be 4, 5, or 6. Because it would break the entropy if it was middle. So we actually now know this digit is extreme. Now, granted, that means it's 1, 3, 7, or 9, which is still a number of options. But hey, at least it's 1, 3, 7, or 9. And it's not 1 or 9, actually. It's only 3 or 7. Okay, actually, this is more fruitful than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, yeah. You're right. It's not 1 or 9. And I guess by the same must be true for the one below it in box 8.
Presumably, yeah. Yeah, so row 7, column 5. Yeah, if you look at that, that is going to be, again, can't be 4 or 6 because it would break the entropic line. Can't be 2 or 8 because the column can't be 1 or 9 because it would place 5 onto a German whisper. So it is 3, 7. Paul Fly claims it's purple, but I'm not sure I know that.
Well, this is not 4 or 6, right? Or could it be? If we can prove this isn't 4 or 6, that makes this purple.
Be immediately. Hey, Navaria, welcome.
I see Navaria was flattering.
Paul Fly is disappointed to learn about the existence of 4-6. In puzzles with both entropic and whispers, 4-6s are always the problem children.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hey, Minu.
I was looking at row 7, column 6, saying, well, that can't be 1 or 9, neglecting the fact that there's a purple 1-9 in row 7 already.
Do we want to do the difficult work of figuring out what the fact that there's not a red cell in row 2 and row 8 means? Because I'm sure it means something very specific that might or might not be the intended break-in. I don't know that my brain is capable of quite figuring out which it is. A thumbs up has appeared near Tristan's head. That
was it accidentally saw me doing that.
So because there's only 2 cells that aren't red, and I guess it's 3 cells in row 2 and row 8, but that's got to mean something like very specific, because otherwise there would be more cells that weren't red. So it probably means like some sort of swordfish thing or something. But I don't know that my brain can quite figure it out. But I think it's got to be like 3 cycles or something.
Belzita is begging you not to think about this.
Yes.
To be clear, I basically said I'm going to refuse to think about it, but I wanted one of them to think about it.
I'm refusing.
I really did not want to think about it. Navario has completely blocked out the experience that is being referred to, apparently.
Josh, Zach was already into metal music. It happens whenever he sees a 2.
It's true. I guess in column 5, we can pencil mark there's just a quad left. It's 4, 6, 1, and 9, which is kind of interesting.
Row 3, column 1 is from 1 to 8, 9, for what it's worth.
We do have an actual X-wing on 5s here.
It's true. I mean, I think you should write in though 1946 in column 5, because I think it might be interesting. It might be worth thinking about what that says about row 8, column 5.
Well, in fact, if there's an X-wing on 5s there, surely that means that the mid digit on those entropic lines must be 4 or 6 then. In box 2 and box.
Yes, that's right. Yep. So that's a good spot. So yeah, so
what?
So Tallcat's point is the mid digit is a 4-6 on the row 3 entropic and the row 7 entropic.
Because of the X-wing on 5s that you just... I still don't think that tells us which is...
I would love to be able to say that row 8, column 5 can't be 4-6 for some reason.
Well, that actually does mean that the 4-6s must be opposite from each other then. Because that's going to join with the... If that was if the square that Tristan's highlighted is a 4-6, then that means the 4-6 on the top is going to be... They're going to be diagonally opposite each other. Because you're going to have a pair with the one in box 5. I don't know if that does anything.
So they're either both in the nice place or both in the bad place.
Or they could be in the good place and then it turns out to be the bad. Never mind.
Spoilers.
All right.
People are saying this can't be a 4.
Why can that not be a 4?
Oh. We have to think about the relationship between row 2 and row 8. 5 is self-indexed here. So this is actually saying where the 5 goes in row 8.
Sounds right.
Wait.
So it can't be a 4.
I think that is correct. I think Tristan is now thinking about the forbidden thing that that you and I refused to think about. But
this wouldn't have to be true if one of the white cells was a 5, but it's not.
Well, so one of the white cells could never be
the white cells could never be 5.
Oh, that's true. So.
But I think I agree that the top one indexes the bottom one and the bottom one indexes the top one.
Okay, 4, 6 comes. I have to say the reactions that Isabella keeps giving makes me want to know what her intended path ultimately is.
And we do know that row 3, column 9 or row 7, column 9 is a 1, 9. And is in fact, one of them is a yellow 1, 9, I think is what we know. Because remember, we know the purple 4, 6 is in one of 2 places in box 6, and whichever of those it is, it's going to put the yellow 1, 9 over there. So, row 3, column 9 can't be the yellow 1, 9, can it? Wouldn't that break? Oh, okay. It couldn't be a 1, because if it was a 1, it would make row 3, column 1 a 9, and then those would both be yellow, and that would be a problem.
Yeah.
I think it could be a 9, annoyingly. Is exactly the same thing true in row 7, column 9? I think this might actually disambiguate high and low, because if this is 1 or 9, oh no, crap, this could be the yellow 1, 9 with it being the yellow 1 and that being the purple 9. Darn it, that one works.
Well, oh, hang on a sec. Something just clicked there. I think that's kind of what Garen has been looking at, though. I think he basically, so from what you said at the top, that means that it would have to be 9, 4. So you could not put then yellow could not be 6, right? Is there a way that we can disprove that couldn't be 6 at the bottom?
If row 6, column 9 is 6, then row 5, column 8 is 5.
Which means that would be.
This would be an 8.
That is complicated. Yeah, but it's
so
true.
What happens to this cell?
It would be 2, but then yellow that it would be the yellow 2-8, but then the 2-8 is already there. Because we started this by predicating that purple is 6. Purple 4-6 is 6.
Yep.
Which means that would be yellow 2-8, but it can't be.
But...
And that can't be purple 6 because then you would have yellow 1, but then row 3, column 1 would be yellow 9.
Josh's point is really beautiful when you...
Row 8, column 5, can't be 4.
Because it would put a 9 next to it, but then you'd need a 9 to... Oh, crap, except it can. It can be 4 because remember that indexing in this row is wrong. So it probably is a 4. Plonk Time says you already solved this, apparently, according to LMD comments.
Did I? I really don't remember this at all. Huh. That is weird. I must have been severely traumatized that I blocked it from my memory. Anyway.
Yeah, you are on the list.
Good grief. That's hilarious. I really don't remember this at all. Goodness.
November 15th.
November 15th. What was happening in November? Anyway, I think Gerian's point is correct, is that in box 6, you can't have 6 in either spot.
So 6 here
puts a 1 above. It would be purple 6 and you would have yellow 1 above it, right? But then that would make yellow, but row 3, column 1, yellow 9 by indexing.
Okay.
So that means that row 4, column 7 is the 6. Man, that is hilarious. I really don't remember. Maybe I did this and went and set a like a between lines puzzle or something just to get revenge.
Just to cleanse the
You can index the 1 in box 4.
Yep. Isabella unsurprisingly says this was totally not intended. Anyway, now row 4, column 9 is definitely purple. Because all the yellows are already gone in the row. And for that matter, row 4, column 8 is also purple because all the purples are gone in the row.
So now this is yellow.
That's yellow. Yep.
This is 4. That's 9.
Yep.
That's 2.
Jaleb reminding us that row 6, column 3 is a 4.
You can resolve the 7-9 pair by indexing in box 5.
And you can also figure out what row 6, column 9 is now. Because it can't be 8, because if it was 8, it would break the length 2 entropy line.
Yep.
So it can only be 7.
Yep.
And so those are a 5-8 pair. And we know the way it is disambiguated because of the length 2 entropy line. Because 7 doesn't entropy 8. Let's see. We can green the 5s out of respect. Oh, also, if you identify what row 7, column 1 is, you can identify what row 7, column 9 is.
It's a 1. No, it has to be.
No. It has to be. It's purple.
And it's a 2.
Tallcat is the Zeta Whisperer. It's
either 1 or
next
2.
to a 7 on a
Yep.
green line.
Yep.
So it's 1 or 2, but you put a 1 in the row.
This is a 9.
Row 7, column 5 can't be. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I counted to 7 incorrectly. Yeah, this was the puzzle with the odd set break-in. We just we're just off by 1 puzzle with our intuition. There's definitely a 3 in column 8 on the entropic line in box 9.
Yes.
Because it's the only low available.
And there's a 7 in the one in box 3 because that's the only high available.
Sorry, what?
There's a 3.
So you're meant to corner mark 3 in column 8 in box 9. And then 7 up there per Tallcat.
Mm-hmm.
Which now actually lets you corner mark 9. Oh, I was gonna. Yeah, we can corner mark 9 on the one down at the bottom now, because now at the bottom that one needs a high digit.
Garian's point. That's a 1.
Okay, but corner mark 9 on the thing while we're here.
This?
Yes, and it's not in the row that already has a 9.
And that's a 9.
Yep. So you can it must be a 1 and 6 can come off that. Yeah, that can't be 6 either. Because it can't have a 1 with it, yeah.
Right, because there's a 1 in the row.
And it can't be a 4 either because of the 9 in column.
Yep. It's 2 or 4.
So the 9 in box 9 is placed.
Indeed, and that is indexed.
We have a 5-6 pair at the top, and we know which way round it is now because that can't index. In box.
In which box?
Top of column 9 is what.
Sorry, top of column 9, yes.
Those are a 5-6 pair, and the top one can't be a 5.
Which we already could have known by indexing.
But so that 6 does index something.
Well, so does the 5 right here.
I was just making sure you didn't forget to label where the 6 put the thing.
Let's see. Yes, this must have a 3 on it. So our 3 goes here.
I think if you just look at row 1, column 1, I think it's a naked single. I think it can only be 2. Oh, maybe it could be 4?
Oh, actually, row 7, column 5.
No, it can't be 4 because of row 1, column 5. So if you just write in all the possibilities, I think it can't be anything. I would just bash 1 through 9 and then delete them.
2, but why can't it be 5?
Oh, maybe it could be 5.
Yes.
I forgot 5 was a digit. See, this is why I wanted you to put all the digits in. There's definitely a 7 on this line in column 2. We should probably mark. Row 8, column 2 is a naked not low.
I'm also
that is a 4 or a 6.
I'm a little puzzled about
the one below it is a 1, 2, 3. And only a 3, actually.
I am a little puzzled about the contention. I mean, I can see it now, but your contention earlier that the entropic line had to have a 3 on before. Yeah, because why couldn't it be 4, 7? I mean, we know now by Sudoku it does, but, anyway.
Was that my point? I don't remember this.
No, sorry. I saw it from someone in chat, and I got bamboozled.
Although I guess unless there's a point I'm missing.
2, 4, and 5.
Even if it has a 4, it still needs a 3. It needs a 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. As opposed to the 1, 2 in the row. Yes. I see it now. Thank you.
Okay, so there's definitely a 1 in the line in box 2. Because the 2 and 3 are gone.
What?
In box 1. Sorry, in box 1.
Oh.
The line definitely has a 1. Sorry. And if row 2, column 2 is the 1, then that makes row 8, column 1 the 2, if I understand Tris logic.
Mm-hmm.
Can we pencil mark row 9, column 1? I think by the column it's 2, 4, 5, but it's certainly not 2.
Yep.
It might just be 4, 5, but I just want to know what it is.
Yeah, it's just 4,
sanity.
5.
And I guess that doesn't tell us anything that we didn't already know. So that tells us, funnily enough, row 9, column 5 can't be a 4. Because if row 9, column 5 is a 4, it blocks all the places for 1 in the row.
That's true.
If you follow...
And so that's a 1, 6 pair. It gives you row 1, column 5.
That's a 6. And yeah, follow Sudoku, then you can place 6.
Sure. 5 is in one of these cells, so one of these needs to be a 7, and it can only be that one.
But if you do Sudoku of 6 in box 9 and a 4 in box...
I was just using the 1, 6 pair in column 5. Because that tells you that row 1, column 5 is a 4. And now all the things.
This isn't 4 because...
It's just by Sudoku. 6 in box 9.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you do, you can resolve more in box 1 as well. There's a 2.
Uh-oh, chat says you did something wrong. Oh, it was your point about the 5s. But you can still do the 1, 6 pair.
Because then this would have to be a 7. I was right.
Why couldn't it be row 8, column 7 and not be indexed?
Because this would be the 7.
The 7 is in the 3, 7 pair.
We know there's an X-wing on 5s we had earlier from the 3, 7 pair.
That too. Both ways are ways of seeing it.
Yeah.
So this was absolutely true.
So yeah, the 2 in box 1 now. Which index? 1. If you look at 4 in box 1 as well, that's going to resolve the 4-6 in box 7. That's a 4-7 pair. Okay.
This is also a 4-7 pair. We know the order.
Oh, that's going to do a bit. I suspect there are people in chat who are offended by the whisper coloring on entropic lines.
I mean, you've got to choose one color. I mean, what you could do is you can do you can color for both at the same time. Which is just have everything it's just flashed. That's how I used to do them.
That's kind of insane.
Yes, this needs a 7 and we know where it goes. And then this needs a 6.
You know where the 3 goes on your line that you proved there had to be a 3 on in box 8? Oh, you just found it a different way. I just wanted to use your point about the 3.
And this is a 4.
Yep. And now you have a 6 to finish off column 5, which indexes something.
So we need to have Balsi to come on and give us what the intended path was.
She outlined it in chat. It was something about the 4-6s. We didn't 4-6 hard enough.
Appropriate use of mark.
Doing my coloring first, so
to avoid disasters is always a wise idea.
I'm impressed with how quickly you were doing that coloring.
Why?
Just because, like, I mean, just I was like looking at things going, wait, is low this and high this, and having to think about it, and you were just like color. Must be well practiced. I imagine like you solving puzzles and Zeta standing there with a yardstick every time. You solved the cursed 159 puzzle. Goodness.
Cursed, amazing. I almost never remember that sometimes there's a little message here.
I mean, I was just doing muscle memory. I wasn't so
you weren't thinking.
Yeah, so Bills wants to explain the path here.
Okay, we're on the edge of our seat.
So we do the high-low coloring that we did at the beginning, is that?
Yeah, because we have the 1-9s, the 4-6s.
We know these are 1-9s, so you can
So you know there's a 4-6 in those cells in each set.
Yeah.
And you get the box 4 and box 6, yeah. You know, the 4-6 in column 1 is 4-6 in column
that's
7.
true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
4, 6 in column
Yeah.
3 is the 4, 6 in column 9. Yes.
Agree.
So what happens if you put 4, 6 in row 4, column 3? It's the 1, 9 in row 3. That would be a 1, 9. So one of these would be 4.
Which would then give you an extra 4, 6 in the row. Is that too many? Wait, that's still only 2 4 6s, isn't it?
That puts a 9, or that puts a 9 in one of these.
Just maybe try and input it with digits. So let's say row 4, column 3 was a 4. Just so we can visualize it. Then that would make that a 9. Which would make row 3, column 9 a 4. But we already know that there's a 4, meant to be a 4 in that box.
Yeah.
Right. Got it. Okay, yeah, that is one step further ahead than I can see without like Tristan entering digits. But it makes sense.
Yep.
Same as 6 and 1.
Yeah, 6 and 1 breaks this column instead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the way we did it was much more entertaining, which is, after all, the goal, right?
It's true. Plus, we got to discover that you'd already done the puzzle.
Yes, which worries me. Maybe it's around the time I had COVID, and that's why I blocked it out of my memory.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I don't remember much from the week I had COVID.
My COVID was actually relatively mild, surprisingly. So, which makes me worry even more. Okay.
I did know what the title meant, and I wondered whether to say something about it.
I had a feeling it was something to do with that, just because I know what coprophages are.
All right.
Well,
we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab a glass of water, and then we'll come back with another puzzle. So see you all shortly. we are back with this codec that Selena says we just did hard shit by Isabella.
That's pretty accurate.
Yes, we are back with 2-cell thermo appreciation by Codec.
And I have double checked and I have not done this one.
So we have more German whispers lines. And then all of these greater than signs. Yeah, this one's been around for a while.
Definitely time to good lift all the thermos. And remember when you're good lifting the thermos that row 5, column 8 can't be 8.
Mm-hmm. Or as Selena points out, Sayori points out, there is a swordfish on 5s. In row 3, 5, and 7.
That is true.
That's silly.
And I would still mark it probably. So if you've not seen swordfish on 5, what is being said is that one of those 3 cells in each row, row 3, row 5, and row 7, is a 5. And therefore, none of the other cells in column 6, column 7, and column 8 can be a 5.
Had to run get my battery. I actually feel like that might do something.
And I feel like it has to do something, but I don't know what, but it's certainly interesting if lots of these cells are 5. So for example, if row 5, column 8 is 5, that certainly must be interesting, right?
It affects the whispers, doesn't it? In some way?
Yeah, the whispers.
So is it possible that the 2 ends in column 6 are both the same high lowity? Because if not, then row 5, column 8 can't be 5, I think. But I don't immediately see a reason why these can't be the same high lowity. But actually, maybe it's okay if they're low. But yeah, if row 5, column 8 is 5, then it puts 2 highs on the ends of those 2 tips and puts yet another high on another tip, because there's definitely a high in one of the ones in column 6.
I agree there's no 5 here, because then there's a 5 here, and a 5 here, and a 5 here.
Yes, that's true. Agree with that.
So that means there is at least 1, 6, 7, 8, 9 on one of those tips in column 7. Sorry, I mean row 3, column 7, or row 7, column 7. One of those is 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth.
Yeah, and one of the ones below it is 1, 2, 3, 4, and so therefore they're not in the 2 tips in column 6 aren't both low at the very least. So one of them is high, for whatever that is worth. Could both be high, but
I was wondering if it was something to do with if, like, the 2 tip, where did it, if row 5, column 8 is a 5, where do the 2 tips go in row 5? But I don't think that's an issue.
Let's see, we have 2 purples gone in both row 3 and row 7.
3 purples gone, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
3 purples gone.
And oh yeah, and we've got a high gone in columns or in one of those rows because of the thermos. So if purple is high, then row 3, column 9 is yellow. Because like what I'm seeing is I don't know if you can see it if I draw or not.
I can see it. Chat can.
One of these is high.
Yeah.
It's the consequence of that. It's the consequence of the thermos. One of those 2 is high, and therefore, if purple is high, all the highs are burnt for the row, and so we would need this to be low.
Actually, so 3 purples are gone in row 3, row 5, and row 7. In all 3.
Right. Yes.
So if this is purple, then we've used up all the purples in row 3, 5, and 7. Yes. And so therefore we would need all of these to be the same high-lowity in 5 in every row. Assuredly, that's got to break somehow because of our swordfish, right? Maybe, possibly. Well, and certainly at least one of those is
we need
low.
One of these to be high, so these would be all high. Because we know one of these is high, and you've just said these are all the same.
Right. Sorry. One of these 2 is high.
Yeah, one of these 2 is high.
One of these 2 is low. So that does it.
So we're saying these...
Sorry, one of these 3 is low.
So we're saying these must be yellow.
I think we're saying those have to be yellow. You probably want to explain that since chat can't see what I'm... It would be crystal clear if you could see my drawings, but unfortunately you can't. So
if these are purple, then all the purples are gone in all of rows 3, 5, and 7. But by prior logic, we know one of these must be high, at least, and one of these at least must be low. But if all the purples are gone in these rows, these are all yellow. But then we've just argued that yellow is both high and low. So in fact, these are yellow.
So then does that not mean we know... Yeah, so we now know that the orange cells are 3 5s, 3 yellows, and 3 purples.
It's herringbone all over again.
Because we now know in row 3, 5, and 7 that 3 purples are gone and 3 yellows are gone.
Agree.
Yep.
I don't know if that does anything, but hey, there you go.
So if you just make each of those 3 cells a green, yellow, purple rainbow, then we'll know that each of them is one of each.
So row 5, column 6 is low for sure.
Right. Yep.
Right.
Because if it were high, we'd need another high. And it can't be 5, so it's definitely low.
Likewise, these 2 are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes. And one of them is definitely a 5, we know that.
Right. And one of them is definitely a 5.
Oh, so hang on then. So if one of those is a 5, then it has a 6, 7, 8, 9 above it. So then the other must be 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 2, 3, 4.
Sorry, what?
If one of row 3, column 6, or one of row 7, column 6 is a 5, then it has a 6, 7, 8, 9 above it. So then the other cell in the row would be a 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah.
So one of these tips is low.
Again, not that. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. Feel like very close.
If this is a 5, do we know enough to break it? Because if that's a 5,
that makes this at least
3
6
highs. Right, that eats 3 highs in the box. It would make high yellow for sure. Is that a problem? Unfortunately, I still don't see how that's a problem.
And then this would be a 5 low pair. So both circles would be low.
J40 has a good spot. This cell is never low. It's always 5 or high. So these two cells are always high.
Yes. Yeah,
So,
right. The low is gone in this row.
So this is just 5, 6, or 7, and people have said it's not actually able to be a 7. Because if it's a 7, then I have to put a 6 somewhere in the box on the whisper, and that's not going to work. So it's actually only 5 or 6.
Yep. And these are
6, 7, 8, 9.
Yep.
So we know one of the other tips is high as well, don't we? We were talking about that earlier. So 3 of the highs in column 7 are gone.
Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here, look. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
Yep.
So you can fill in your lows for your 1, 2, 3, 4 for the column.
One, two, three, four.
The other one's just. So purple also we can also sort of finally break our coloring, because purple now can't be high, or we'd have a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in box sextuple in box this one, box 6.
Okay, I'm gonna change this color.
I did think orange was a very strange choice for marking a swordfish in a German Whispers puzzle, but I wasn't going to judge.
And then we can...
Except you did it backwards.
Damn it. You sure?
Wait, I thought...
No, I did do it right.
Oh, no, you're right. Sorry. Absolutely. And so now do the C.
And so purple was high, right? No,
purple is blue.
Yellow was high.
Purple is blue because it's the opposite to row 3, column 9.
Yep.
I have no memory of this, but I will trust Tallcat.
After the last half an hour where I apparently wanted to do 2 puzzles that I already have done. You want to trust me?
It is true. You picked out 3 puzzles and 2 of them you had done before.
Yeah.
Yellow is high, aces are wild. I don't
Anyone
think
else
we
been playing a
actually
lot of
need this
Delatro?
coloring anymore.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But we know that row 5, column 9 is 1, 2, 3. No, wait, hang on. Is 7, 8, or 9.
Yeah, you fill in the 6, 7, 8, 9s on these by whispering. And then these are just 1, 2, 3, 4 for sure, which is then going to let you color box 5. Because now
there is going to be a 4 in those.
Yeah, now assuredly these are high. Yes, this Tallcat says you can corner mark a 4 in these and cross out some 4s.
I guess that's true.
Give you sense the enthusiasm. Oh, actually, wait, no, ignore that. I was going to say something completely nonsense. 1, 2, 3. We know there's a 4 in column 8 in box 6.
Yep, that's true.
You can fill in those blues, actually.
Oh, that these are blue? Yes.
No.
I mean, it's true. Those are blue.
Yes.
But I think he wanted you to fill in 1, 2, 3 and the other 2 blue cells.
Just to make us look vaguely productive.
Indeed. And we should remember, we know one of row 2, column 8 and row 8, column 8 is low by the 5 swordfish.
Yes.
I don't know what to do with it, but one of them is low.
In fact, yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like if one of them is low, then that's going to take all the lows for the column.
Oh, right. And one of them is one of those 2 is low, and then the other tip is low, right? Because one of these tips has to be low, right?
Yeah.
So that does mean row 9, column 8 is high.
Yes.
Does this still follow if row 5, column 8 is the 6?
This is also high.
Yes.
Does this work if row 5, column 8 is the 6, or are we cheating if row 5, column 8 is the 6? No, we're not. Okay,
so now we have all the highs in column 9.
Right, because even if there is a 6 on the tip, it's still the digit lower than it is. Because I was claiming that we knew that row 3, column 8 or row 7, column 8 was a 5, but we don't actually know that because this could be the 5. In which case, then one of row 3, column 8 and row 7, column 8 is high, and it could have a high below it. Couldn't have a 5 below it because of the swordfish, but it could go high, I believe. Oh, actually, this has to be a 5. Sorry, this has to be a 5 because we can't put a 5 in row 3, column 8 or row 7, column 8. That would make 5 blues in the column.
Yes.
5.
Sorry, I was counting and thinking we were claiming there was one more blue, but yeah, because remember, one of row 3, column 8 and row 7, column 8 is blue.
Yes.
Yeah. And whichever one of those is blue carries a blue along with it.
Yep. So the other one can't.
So the other one can't be a 5, or that would be a 5th low.
So one of the bulbs has to be high, or at least not low. So, yeah. So in fact, we get a digit.
Yep, that's a 5. Yep.
Another 5 dance.
Boop, boop, boop. Whoa. Boop, boop, boop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Woohoo! And now you can orange the cells that I was convinced we had not properly oranged, but that we because my entire proof in my head was completely wrong, but it is now correct to orange them.
So
row 9, column 8, and row 1, column 8.
And row 9, column 9 is orange as well.
Yep.
So now we have all the oranges in the row, in the column.
Yep.
Yes.
So at least one of these two is blue. You're going to have to highlight because people can't see that. But at least one of those two is blue. So this can't be the blue one.
Yes.
Yep.
So this is blue.
Yes.
And that's blue.
Mm-hmm. And now these are both high.
Which means that row 3, column 7 is 5.
Yep.
Yep. So that's 5 by our swordfish. That's low, that's high.
And 5 in box 9 and box 7 now.
Yeah, and in box 3, you've got everything except blues. And you can actually now place the 4 in column 7 if you are careful about it, because you know one of those two in that column is a 4. So Tallcat's 4 point pays off in the end, placing a 4 in that spot. Okay, now the 4 in row 3 is definitely on a whisper.
Yes.
So the 9 in box 3 is placed if you work through the consequence of that. Tristan will have to explain it.
What?
So where's the 4 in row 3?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's definitely on a whisper.
3 is
I don't know where it is, but it's on a whisper next to a 9.
Yeah.
Which means that the 9 in box 3 is not in row 3. It's only there.
Yep. Gotcha.
And so you can fill 6, 7, 8 in for the other cells in that box and do the same thing you did with the thermo.
MJ points out that you can put a 5 there.
That's true.
Oh, wait.
Yep.
And row 7 works exactly the same way with a 9. So you can place the 9 as well.
So no 9 there, no 9 there. So that's a 9.
Indeed.
That's 7, 8. So there's no... Oh,
3.
Never mind.
3 on either of those. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because...
Row 4, column 9 can't be a 3. That one could... Oh, no, that one can't be a 3 either. You're right. Because you could also pencil mark row 7, column 9 is 6, 7, 8. We just haven't pencil marked it yet. My brain was like, oh, that could be a 9, but of course it could not be a 9.
So you can resolve. That's 3, 4. That's going to look down and resolve box 9.
Yep. Beautiful.
Which is going to look up and resolve that as an 8, 9. Yeah.
Which is going to resolve the 1 and the 2 next to the 6, 7 on the whisper.
Oh, lovely. As expected from Codex. And we didn't do a
the 8 in row 3 is now very interestingly not allowed on one of the whispers. So
oh yeah.
Where so then that Look at 6 and 7 and 3 then.
We can no longer put a 4 here because of this 9.
Yep. Do you know that this is not a 4?
No, but we know this
but
is
you
a
do
9.
know that's a 9, right?
Which is actually going to place the 4 in row 3.
On this whisper.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is a 4-9 pair.
Where does 6 go in row 3? It must be in row 3, column 9.
Yeah, this cell is now at most 7, but it's certainly not a 6. So this cell just is 7. Which is, I think, slightly different. I think I saw it in a slightly different order than Tallcat did, but yeah, that cell's now a 7. Which gives you a 1-2 and places lots of stuff.
Oops.
Because there's a 1-2 around the 7, which is then going to give you a 3.
Mm-hmm.
And now if you look at Sven in box 2, you get some Svenage. And then you have a 1-2-4 triple now in box 5.
So that's a 3 with an
3
8,
with
9.
another 8, 9. Yep.
Looks up.
Yep.
You can place 4 in box 8 now because it can't be on the whisper.
Zeta absolutely did say Svenage. So this has to have a 3 on it. Oh, no, it could have a 1 on it.
It has to have a 1 on it because it can't have an 8 or 9 on it if it's a 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you fill in this digit, it will help.
Oh,
It is a 6 by the column. And
yep,
so there's a 7-8 pair. And so this is in fact a 1-6.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are a 3-4 in the rest of the row if you want.
Sure.
That means row 6 column is an 8 or 9.
Yep. And so this is a, oh no, sorry. I was going to say something wrong. No, don't listen to me.
It's a 1, 2, or 4.
I mean, it is only a 1 or a 2, actually. I was going to say this
is actually a 1,
2, which is true, but completely unrelated to the thing that I had said before.
Wait. No, yeah.
So now this cell can't be low. Because if it was low, it would be a 3 or a 4. It would have to go next to an 8 or a 9, but it can go next to neither.
Yep. So it's high. That's low.
Or
so
it just
sees
sees
7.
1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, you could also say it sees 1, 2, 3, 4 through the box. That would also work. I didn't see the pair in the box. I saw the 8, 9 in the row, but works equally well.
The whisper in box 1 must be an 8, 3 whisper.
The highlighted cell is a 1 because of Sudoku. Sorry, the cell that was highlighted. This is a 1 because of Sudoku.
Yep. You need a 1 in row 9 somewhere.
Yep.
The whisper in box 1 is a 3-8 whisper.
Sayori would like some Svenage in box 8.
I feel like you're now just using it for an excuse to say Svenage.
Svenage in French, if you prefer.
I never prefer in the French. Come on, I'm English, remember?
That's true. That's true. And we complain about how it is silly that the U.S. still has scars from the Civil War, but and that was like so long ago. But the British-French thing was like, I don't know, that was like 1067 or something, right?
1066.
Row 8.
But we've been annoying each other for generations since.
We can mark those at least.
And 6 in box 1.
Yep.
I just wanted to mark the triple in row 8.
You know what they call the Civil War in Charleston on some of the tours? They call it either, obviously, the war between the states, the war of northern aggression, or my personal favorite is the recent unpleasantness.
Very nice.
One in box 2.
Where is row 7, column 3, and column 1?
That's a very good point.
Where is this in column 1?
Yes.
Oh, it's going to be here, isn't it?
Yep.
Doot.
4 was row 7, column 1.
I know that very sneaky 4. Resolve some 8 9-age in box 5.
That's a 7, 6, 9, 8. 7 and 8.
I think row 8, column 1 is a naked single now.
Pointing octuple.
Indeed.
Not a 2. 3.
6.
Not a 3.
Not
a 6.
If you just press the button until it doesn't light up, that'll do it.
2 and 8 are resolved in box 7.
I think we should just mark at this point, really.
Yeah, I would say so.
This is a wonderful puzzle.
Yes.
This is the second consecutive Codex puzzle that I have really, really enjoyed. Obviously, I enjoy Codex puzzles a lot on average, but this one and the previous one I did, both were stunning.
What was the prior one you did?
Actually, sorry, it's the past 3, because I did Codex Tapa and then I did Transmission as well, and all of those I thought were fantastic.
I didn't do the Tapa, but very good. But I did do Transmission, I believe. Although I don't rely on my memory.
Yeah, this one, I put it in the bucket a few days ago. What the heck happened to our viewers? Like, we just lost a bunch of viewers? Oh no, they're coming back. It was just a blip.
Yeah, that was lovely. I do like with Codex puzzles how he does have a very nice constructed break-in, and then it just sort of flows very naturally, quite minimalistically.
J40, yeah, I have orange and blue coloring mapped to specific keys, so I can just hit a key and one key and it colors the cell orange, and another one colors the cell blue. And all the other colors are just a key combo. So I am, as long as I don't have to change palettes, I'm very fast at filling in colors.
All right.
All right. Well, we can find more
another puzzle that Tallcat has not done.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling through the bucket as we speak. Ooh, I don't think I've done that.
We could do Cacophony, actually. Cacophony is the next of my puzzles to
yes.
that I have not done on stream, but Cacophony, I think, led to the invention of the Tallcat between line, or maybe invention is the wrong word, but led to the structure that shows up time and again in Tallcat's puzzles.
No, I'd be down for that. I do. Isn't that the puzzle where you said that there was a digit you put and everyone kept saying they loved how the digit kept coming into play, and it was just something you had plucked somewhat out of thin air?
It's possible. I remember the whole reason I set the puzzle was because I wanted Simon to explain to me what a skyscraper was, because I didn't really understand what a skyscraper was. So I just set a puzzle with a couple skyscrapers in the break-in. And then and then Simon did indeed explain what a skyscraper was in the way that I now think about what a skyscraper is.
Somehow cacophony is not in the spreadsheet.
It was the other
day. Oh, there
it
is.
Do you just not know how to spell cacophony?
Possibly.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I do have it. Let's see. This is a what is this? Thermo between line killer
with even digits. I'm sure Belsita is going to love this one. She loves between lines so much.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me drop some links.
So yeah, why cacophony? What was this just that it was like what was the inspiration for the title?
So the previous puzzle in this series was called Potpourri. And in the comments on LMD to Potpourri, I believe it was Henry Pye James said something to the effect of, "What a wonderful cacophony of ideas," or something like that. But it was a direct citation of one of the words that was used in the comments. And I see David has donated for an Irish jig. So let us give David an Irish jig. Thank you, David.
River dance.
Whoop-a-doop. Woohoo! Woohoo! Waha! Thank you so much, David. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is standard killer cages between lines, thermo and even
squares. Right? Let's see.
So you have the nines in we just made it easier, Isabella, because Tallcat has definitely solved this puzzle before. So yeah, the 9 in column 1 and in column 5 is definitely in one of these two cells. And you can use a different color, and the same thing is true about 1s in column 5 and column 9, but I would color these cells.
Like
orange, say, or green.
And then do the same thing with where 1 is in column 5.
In column 9.
Sorry, column 5 and column 9, correct.
I want to say when I did this, I first looked at like 1 in box 6 and 9 in box 4 too.
And 9 in column 3 goes in one of these.
So, because you have an 8-9 pair.
But the point is 9 in column 3 goes in one of those, but not the one that sees both of the places for 9 that the skyscraper does. So, so you're going to have to highlight stuff while we explain a skyscraper. So what Simon encourages you to think of a skyscraper as is a bent X-wing, which is, I think, a beautiful way to put it. And so the point is either row 7, column 1 or row 9, column 5 must be a 9. If neither is a 9, you get 2 9s in row 3. And so therefore what a skyscraper does is eliminates 9 from every cell that sees row 7, column 1 and row 9, column 5.
So these cannot be 9s.
So those cannot be 9, correct. And so that places the 9 in column 3 is the point from Josh. And so
now we know
again with a 9 dance.
Oh, yes.
Woo! Wah! Wee! Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Nick really is not good at front flips.
Zach threw in a little bit of one dance because Zach suspects you can also place a 1 with exactly the same logic, but in column 7.
Yes. Yeah, no 1 here because of the skyscraper, so there's a 1 here.
Correct.
So now,
you can resolve the green and blue as Tristan was about to do before we placed the 1.
Yes, no 9 there. So there's a 9 there and a 9
I don't know
there.
that there has to be a 9 there, but there certainly has to be a 9 in row 7, column 1.
Yes.
I don't know that row 3, column 5 has to be a 9.
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't row 9, column 5 be a 9?
Where does 9 go in row 3?
In many possible places.
Oh, good point.
So, yeah, so I think now our...
So we get a 1 here, and that's all we get.
Correct. But you can now corner mark 1s and 9s in column 2 and column 8.
I think when I did this puzzle, I don't think that was something I spotted right away. Because I think my first thought was to do my usual between line thing. And where does 1 and where does 2 go?
Nope, 1 and 9 can't go in the 10 cages because it would put a 1, 9 on a between line.
Ah,
yes. That's
8 in column 1.
And 2
points out Paul Fly, because we can't have a 9 in these circles anymore. So this is the only place for 8.
Yep.
And 2 in column 9 as well.
Yep, 2 in column 9 can only go here.
And 1 and 9 can't go in a 10 cage. The way that it is set up.
Yes.
So this means that one of the 8 cages is 1, 7 and one of the 12 cages is 3, 9.
Correct, because you got to put it somewhere.
9 in column 7 now goes here.
Mm-hmm.
And so we got a 9 there. And then 1 in column 3 goes here. And a 1 here.
Yep.
A 1-9 thermo, Zeta? Really? A 1-9 thermo? How could you?
And we get a 1 in one of these squares because that square's even.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And a 9
in one of the...
Well, do we know that's not 9?
Yes, because it's even.
We won't talk about that.
I won't bring it up ever again. So...
Emma, the question isn't in the row. The question is 9 in the column.
Now, let's see. So we know 6 is on the between line in box 6, and we know 4 is on the between line in box 1.
That's definitely true. And as AFK points out, we know one of 7 and 8 is on the between line in box 9.
In
and
box 6.
One of, sorry, box 6, yeah. Because you can't bury both 7 and 8 in the 12 cages because you have to bury 9 in one of the 12 cages.
Yep.
And you could
so you could either this is 9 or this is 8.
In fact, we know that the ends, one of the ends has to go into the 12 cage, right? One of the ends. So that means, surely then that means that it has to be 8. Well, no, it has to be 8 or 9, you're right. No, it can't be 7. Right? Because if one of the ends was 7, so that means 7 must be on the line then. Am I making myself clear here?
If one of the ends is 7, that puts
5, 7, and 3,
5,
9.
7, and 3, 9.
Wait, didn't we already say one of the ends has to be 8 or 9? If
Yes.
one of the ends has to be 8 or 9, one of the ends definitely isn't 7.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't that mean no? Because it could be 9. Could be the other end. Ignore me. Because it could be 9 with a 5, and it could. Oh no, that doesn't work. I don't think the 12 can be 5, 7. I think it has to be 4, 8, and 3, 9. Because if it's 5, 7, that we know that one of the ends would have to be the 9, but then the other end, doesn't that mean the other end has to be the? Oh no, it could be 1 or 2. Ignore me talking nonsense. I guess the other way of looking at it is that we know that whichever, there's either a 5 or a 4 on the line as well, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, there's definitely actually a 5 on the line in column 9, right? Because I didn't we say no? We could have 5, 7 in the 12 cage, I guess.
Yeah, but we need either a 5 or a 4 on the line.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the other end can't be a 1, so it must be a 2 or a 3. So the lines are from 2, 3, 8, 9. The ends of the line are from 2, 3, 8, 9.
Okay, and you couldn't have a 4 in a circle because...
Oh no, you're right.
Because there's yeah, okay, so 2, 3, 4, 8, 9.
I agree with 2, 3, 4, 8, 9.
Yes. Yeah. Damn it. And we know on the other side there's a 1, 7. Maybe the other side is a bit more restricted. Ah, that's it. Hang on.
Row 7, column 8 can't be a 3. Is I think the point.
No, I was going to say the 12 cage in box 3 can't be 3, 9. Because if it's 3, 9, then the high on that between line has to have an 8. And where does the 8 go in column 9?
Yeah, this is this same or similar argument to what I was saying about row 7, column 8. So row 7, column 8, maybe it's easier if you start with row 7, column 8. It's definitely not a 3, because if it is, then the 3-9 cage that we know is in the column goes at the top, but now that circle is just obliterated.
Yep. So this is a 3-9, and we know the order.
Yes. Which means it's a 4-8 at the top, because where does the 4-8 go in the column?
So I think you need to explain your argument. My argument only removed a 3 from row 7, column 8.
So if the cage at the top in box 3 was a 3 or 9, then we know that there has to be a high digit of 8 or 9 in one of the ends of the between line.
It's not this one anymore. So this would be an 8. So if this is a 3-9, that's an 8.
Right. And now now there's nowhere for 8 in the column.
And now you can't put an 8 into column 9.
Yep. Yep. I agree.
Woo.
What is happening?
Yeah, and you still need to delete 3 from row 7, column 8.
Well,
but I guess that's going to follow immediately when you place the 3 and the 9, right?
Yes.
Wrong. The 3 and 9 don't go up there, honey.
Right, we just did that.
Yeah, it wasn't that what you said was wrong. It was that people in chat were asking about it.
Yes.
And
I don't think we know that's a 9 just yet, do we?
Yeah, I don't know what you did, Tristan.
Right, sorry.
So now the question is, where is the 8 in the column?
And now it has to be here.
The 4 or 8 has to go in that box.
Right, because the point is, and this showed up also, this almost exact structure showed up in alarm. This 4-8 now is placed in the 12 cage, and if this 4-8 is in the 12 cage, the 12 cage is definitely 4-8.
Mm-hmm. So we need a 7 in here.
Yeah, so you can just fill in this triple. So this
is 4, 6, 7. No,
5, 6.
5, 6, 7.
5, 6, 7.
And we know the 5 isn't in the 10 cage.
Yep. So this is 3 or 4, for what that's worth.
Mm-hmm.
You know that row 3, column 8 isn't a 4.
Right, because there's a 4-8 pair in the box.
Not for any complicated reason.
No, sorry. Should have explained that. Okay.
Oh. Remember the green.
9 in column 5. Yes. Hey, ABJ, welcome.
So now this is an 8.
Correct. Yep. And now these are instantly 2, 3, 8 by Tallcat logic, because the 2 circles have to go in the box somewhere.
Oh yes, that's very me.
Yes.
And in fact, we know that 8 isn't in the top because neither of the ends of that circle can be of that between line can be 9.
Yep. So we know where the 8 is.
Yep.
Very nice. And so now we know, funnily enough, one of the ends of the circle is 9, but who knows which one.
In fact, there is an X-wing on 9s here just by Sudoku.
Oh, in the...
yeah. The one of these 2 cells is 9 just by where 9 goes in here.
X-wing on 9s.
Oh yes, not quite an X-wing.
Indeed.
8 in box 4. Yes, can't go here.
Yes. Yep, very good.
You should still corner mark the 9s here, though. think it makes it a little easier to see that.
Now, should we?
8 can't go in any of those cells. So 8 in this column is down here. In fact, not there either. So if you want to mark
9 is placed here. If we, yeah.
So yeah, so if you can corner mark 8 in column 3. But then you can also place 8 in box 8. Paul Fly is pointing out, I think.
Yes.
Or at least you can corner mark it in one of those 2 cells, which I think will place the 8 in column 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can't go in the ends of the between line because that would make an 8-9 between line.
Yes, we should avoid making an 8-9 between line.
Yep. So 8 in
column 3.
Column 3 is now here.
Yep. Three, we can corner mark into one of these 2 cells for whatever that is worth.
Now the question is, should we try to do
the same trick?
Yeah, logic over here like we did over here.
Almost assuredly.
We know there's at least a 5 or 6 on the between line, because we know that one of the 8 cages is 1-7.
So we need a 6 or a 7 in the outies.
Yeah.
So the outies are from
you mean a 5 or
1,
6?
2, 3, 6, 7. No, I mean in the circles.
In the circles.
They're from 1, 2, 3, 6, 7.
Yes.
And they can't be lots of those things.
There's only 2 pencil marks that we can remove. I don't know if 2 counts as lots. Is that math speak?
Yeah, maybe lots was ambitious.
But can we do the same thing of if? No, not quite, I don't think. I was going to say, can we do a similar thing of if one side is 1-7, but I don't think we can.
Yeah, there's a 2.
Oh, right, there is a 2 or a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So 3 isn't in a bulb. Paul Fly has pointed out.
Yeah.
Because again, in the same way, we can't bury both 2 and 3 off of the line.
So then the bottom cage can't be 1-7, because then the bulbs would become 6-2, and where does 2 go in column 1?
Yep. So this is 1-7.
Yes. So then we know row 7, column 2 is 1 or 7.
Right. Because it has to go into column 1.
Yep.
And now this 2-6 is placed in the 8 cage, making it 2-6 again.
And also 3 is placed in box 7 now.
Indeed. A much more useful 3 on a between line. Better than the 8 on the between line that we already know how to 9 in one of the circles. And so you can fill in the triple on the between line now.
A 4, a 5, and
a 3, I believe. Still not 5 in the 10 cage. So with a 6 or a 7 there.
So we know that there's a 2 on one of those between lines. There's a 2 in column 3 of box 4.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a 2 and a 6-7. You can mark these as because the
but I don't think we can do the same trick as we did with the 8 yet.
We do get 1, 2, 9 into these circles, as Paul Fly points out.
Oh, where's the other 3 or 4? Oh no, I'm completely ignoring the even square in the box. I thought the even square had a digit then. Okay. Love how we all just lapse into silence.
I mean, we now have the. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something that was not correct.
Laura says one of these is 8, but is there a reason this can't be 8?
Because 8 in row 4.
Oh, 8 is already. Oh, right. So, yeah. It'd be interesting if we knew one of the circles had to be 8.
This cell is 2, 3, 4, which gives us a 2, 3, 4 triple in the column, so we can fill out the rest of the column,
That's true.
which is 5, 6, 7.
Just place a 4 on the line in the between line.
Yep, that does mean there's a 4 on here just by so these are now, the ends now are from 1, 2, 3, 9.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Oh yeah, 5 in row 6. Very nice. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way in the world that this cell's a 5? I think that's the only cell that could plausibly be a 5 in this row, other than row 4, column 1.
Why couldn't row 6 be a 5?
Right, couldn't what? Row 4, column 6. Row 4, column 6 definitely doesn't work because then
this absolutely
all be low,
cannot be a 5. If you just look at the
2, 3,
between line, there's you
Yes.
can't go down or
right.
up.
You can't go
there.
down or up. Right. Okay. Yeah. So the 5 is here.
Yeah.
I believe there's nowhere else for 5 in the row.
You probably could have done that by symmetry as well.
What about here though?
No, it has to be
no, this would have to be a 2, 3, 4 triple, and it can't be because the 4 is down here.
Same reason.
Yeah.
No.
So that's the 5.
So now the 5 is definitely on the thermometer for whatever excitement we want that. Yeah. Oh, and there's definitely a 6, 7 on the thermometer. So this cell's a 6 or a 7, I believe. And there's exactly one lower digit as well, because there's a 2, 3, 4 on the thermometer if you just look at the row. So this cell's a 2, 3, 4. And so then the 5 goes in the middle. 2, 3. Oh, sorry, 2, 4. Sorry. Nope, you got it. I missed the invisible given 3.
So now one of these is the 3, but Mehdi says it can only be here. Ah, yeah. 3 here breaks this cell.
Yes.
So that's 3. That has to be 9 now. That's 9. And that's a 1 or a 2. Not a 0. We got a 4, 6, and 3. That's a 2, 7, and 2.
We have resolved the between line in column 2 now.
3, 4, 2. That's a 3.
There's a given, Kyle.
6 and 7, 2, 7, 6.
1 7 pair in the between lines and 8 in the middle.
Yeah, there's 2. So
yeah, one of these 2 cells is a 1, so this isn't a 1. Is the point?
Yep.
You can place 8 in the central box.
8 in the central box.
On the even square. Because it's even and 2, 4, 6 are gone.
Oh,
that'll do it.
That's easy. Now 8 goes in one of these 2 cells.
These are a 1 7 pair, and this is a 6 6 pair.
Six is on the between line in box 1.
Yep.
Oh, 1 can be placed in box 7.
Yes. Very nice.
1 in box 7. 7 in box 8, I'm told, goes here.
Yeah. Yep. Very good.
Yep.
Uh, 6 goes here. Not here. Wait. Uh-oh.
No, you've just highlighted 2 cells.
Oh.
Let's see. Do you want to mark column 2 and row 9?
Let's see. Being told that this is naked. That is not what I meant to do. That's a 4. That's a 4. So this must be a 1.
Yep.
5 6 left resolved. 6 is in the row 7 column 4.
Let's see. Is this 5 or 7?
You can do the rest of column 5 just from the thermo.
Let's see what's left.
I
don't see a 3. And
6.
So that's a 6.
3 is placed. Row 2 column 2.
I think we can probably mark from here.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, 4 is placed in row 3.
Yep.
Let's see.
5 7 pair column 7.
One of these is definitely a 7, which rules 7 out of both of these cells. I hastily recall it required a lot of work to make it so that these 2 circles didn't end up with a deadly pattern. Was one of the earlier times that I encountered that in my setting career.
Now this has to be an 8, and that will finish it.
Woohoo! It's a lot fiddlier than I would probably make a puzzle now, but I do still like the skyscraper setup, and the it stayed to the spirit of the sequence of puzzles that try and use variants to do Sudoku techniques.
And I think this,
although I've run out of advanced Sudoku techniques that I know.
This directly led to Twix for me, as I recall.
That was why I suggested we do it on the stream with you, is because I remembered that you directly messaged me after it, and then I saw that. I think I talked to you a little before then, but I remember you did this, and then you had a sequence of puzzles that used these. These between lines show up in one more of my puzzles, which is another, like, there aren't that many of my puzzles that I'm dreading getting to. This admittedly was one of the puzzles I was dreading getting to. I am more dreading getting to the next one that features these, which is a 159 with these shapes in it. Yes, which is not all that far away in my my catalog as we go through this.
I think the interesting thing about this, I mean, I think, is the amount of clues you must have had to have placed to set up the skyscraper.
When I was setting it, I did a lot of what Jovi taught me to do, which is to mark cells in the grid with, I'm going to put a clue here that means this can't be 1 or 9, but not actually place the clue, just place a note to myself that I'm going to place a clue that this thing can't be 1 or this thing can't be 9 or whatever. And then so later stuff like, oh, I could do this with this like 8 cage and this 12 cage, that kind of thing. I didn't decide that until way later. I just knew it was going to be something.
Right. I think isn't like with killer cages, I know like Turganis also does a lot of, I'm not going to give this a value, but it's going to be something as well.
That is definitely one of the most influential things that someone has said to me about setting as Turganis, saying, yeah, like, I'm just going to say like either a question mark or a greater than 17 or whatever. Which interestingly, then Math Pesto, is part of their style, then just leaves it as greater than 17 in the actual clue, which I usually don't. But certainly for setting, it's very useful to say, like, what is the minimum amount I need to know about the clue I'm going to put here? I'll just say that much, and then I can have the flexibility later, rather than trying it and then having to try something else later. Is, if you can do it, is a really useful thing when you're setting to have access to. Doesn't work well if you're setting something like Lion's Den, though. No. A Tallcat puzzle with 50 10 cages and no other clues, if I recall correctly.
No, it's just 4 10 cages, but.
So we have about an hour left.
So I actually have a suggestion.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Why don't you guys solve the puzzle that this inspired?
So solve Twixt? Yeah, I haven't solved Twixt in forever. I am happy to solve Twixt. I mean, you're obviously going to be able to help, because if you couldn't remember the puzzle you solved a month ago, you're not going to be able to remember the puzzle you set 4 years ago at this point.
Actually, I tend to be a bit better remembering the ones that I set, but I can give Tristan a link.
I have to say, this is like one of the least I've remembered the solve path of the puzzle. Like in solving this, I remembered the skyscraper, and that was it as far as my memory of this.
Have we really not solved Twixt on this channel?
Twixt was way before we were streaming.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a quick break though, but I'll let the two of you get started, and I'll be back in a second.
Poor Belsita is going to be also like, oh, more between lines. But yeah, this is so this was a puzzle I set around. I want to say this is actually only a few months after I started setting. And this is my first attempt at using between lines after cacophony. And you can see the shape of the between lines.
Yeah. You know,
yeah,
I have solved this. I think Zeta and I solved this puzzle together when we used to sit and solve Sudokus together before we streamed. I am sure I've solved this puzzle.
Very probably. But yeah, this is when I first started setting, as many people probably know, is I started off with arrow Sudokus, and then as I went along, I gradually added other constraints in before I eventually abandoned arrows altogether. Well, haven't completely abandoned them, but before I moved on to other things. So this was, this was my first mixing of between lines with arrows.
Zeta, I am sure you and I have solved this puzzle. I am sure we solved it.
Yeah, we did.
But we solved it together back when we used to do Sudokus together.
We definitely did.
So
I don't remember much. I don't think
that means we can't solve it now.
I do remember with this one, a little behind the scenes is that I had been emailing Cracking the Cryptic about, I think it was when we were doing a Lockout Lines puzzle pack or something. And I remember being in the check-in queue at JFK Airport because I was flying home to the UK for the first time since COVID lockdowns. And I remember Simon emailing me back saying, "Oh, you might enjoy the feature today." And this was like 3 hours before the feature was on, and he solved this one. So, but anywho.
Shall we start with the 8-9 pairs in column 2 and 8?
Are you sure about that?
So chat's point is, so to start with, we get an X-wing because there's got to be a 9 in one of those two cells and a 9 in one of those two cells. And so that you can give X-wing coloring. And oh, the 8 could go on the arrow. So there's definitely not an 8 on the between line. But the 8 could go.
But in column 8, though.
Yeah, so these are an 8-9 pair for sure in column 8. So you can fill that in. And so the point is now
and then 7
goes in here. And so now I do need an 8 in one of these circles. Which now means that
which means that one of these is an 189 because now we can't put 8.
Right. Very cool. Okay. So
because we have a
yeah, you should give these a color and corner mark an 8 in them.
The Zeta default, give things a color.
And anytime I'm pencil marking across boxes, I need to have a color or I'm going to be unhappy.
Although I guess that's the Zackwing, is it?
So we definitely have a 1-8
and a 7, right? Because the 7 now can't go on the between line in this column either, right?
Oh yeah, because it kind of have an 8 or a 9.
Right. So the 7 is also on an arrow.
I think the 7's in a circle.
Well, on an arrow includes the circle.
I don't think it can be on an arrow.
But yeah, if the 7 was on an arrow, we would have a problem. Yeah. So the other circle is a 7. So the circles are a 7 and a 9. Yeah, I was using on an arrow just to mean not on the between line. But yeah, so those are now 7, 9.
Oh, and then 6 now has to go on the between line.
Right, because the 1, remember, goes with the this is like the old Tallcat puzzle experience. This is modern Tallcat puzzles aren't like this, but the you basically have nothing that you can pencil mark with human pencil marking tools. You just have to sort of maintain that you know all of these things until eventually it collapses.
Because of this 6, we got a 7 wing.
Yes, there's got to be a 7, right? Yep. So
because one of these has to be a 7 now.
Yep. So now we know the between line in column 9 isn't a 7, 8 between line. Let's see.
I think this is definitely the trickiest step after this. So.
All of this logic feels very familiar. I think this puzzle left an impression on me.
It was definitely memorable. I mean, we did it, and then we watched Simon do it. So
I think this is probably one of my favorite CTC features to rewatch. And I think it's actually one of my most viewed features. Because I do remember there's at one point where Simon says, "Oh, how have I been going for like 19 minutes? I still haven't got a digit. Digits don't live here anymore." So what do you know about the arrows? So you know that there's a 981 arrow in column 2, right?
Uh-huh.
And a 725 or a 734.
Mm-hmm. And then in the 3-cell arrows, you know that one of them is going to be an 8, right?
Yeah, so one of them's got a 1.
Yeah. So think about the X-wings and think about the 9 X-wing and the 1s on the arrows.
So the question is, can the 9 arrow have a 1 on it? And what does that mean in row 3?
No, so you know in column 2, wherever the 9 is going to be in column 2, that there's going to be an 8 in column 8 along with it, right? So you're going to have aligning 1s on the arrows.
Ah, okay. So that can't happen in the top because that would put a 1 on that. So yeah, so Emma said it the other way of one of these 2 cells has to be a 1 for row 3, and whichever one it is tells you that this is not the row that's an 8 and a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why can't the outside circles be 1?
It's not that they can't be 1. It's one of those 4 cells, but it still doesn't change the fact that it tells you that this is not the 8, 9 row. So one of those is 1. And if the 1 is over here, it tells you this digit is not an 8. And if the 1 is over here, it tells you this digit is not a 9.
Yes. That is a neat way of looking at it.
So we're saying this is a 7.
Yes. I think that is that is one consequence of this. Yes.
Tristan, the other way to look at it is if this is a 9, you're going to have a 1, 8 on it, right?
Yeah.
Which is going to place an 8 on the arrow in box 3, and is also going to have a 1 on it. So where does the 1 then go in row 3?
Yep, that'll do it.
Yep.
So that's a 7.
We can do our 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. All right, so now we can fill in lots of digits.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
We'll see if Tristan remembers what all of his notes mean.
that's a 9. That's an 8. That's a 9. That's a 7. That's an 8. This is a 1-8.
Mm-hmm.
1 in row 7
by Zach Wing. Yep. Now 6, 5, 4. This is a 1, 2, or a 3 here.
In fact, you know what it is. If you think of the column logic.
Oh yeah, this digit has to appear in the column.
Right. This certainly
somewhere.
Can't be a 3.
And so it has to be a 1 because if it were a 2, you would lock 2 out of the whole column.
Yep. And this
is a 2, 3, 4 at the very least. Yeah, and neither of these circles, say where he points out, can be 7, 8, or 9, or 1. So these circles are only from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think that tells you what they have to be.
Let's see.
They just have to be 2, 6 with
2,
3,
6.
4, 5 in between. Yeah. So 3, 4, 5 go in the middle. And so this 2, 6, where does it go? This one, where does it go in row 7?
Here.
Yep. So that tells you what it is.
Mm-hmm.
This is the other 3, 4, 5, just for sake of later. This is the 1, 3, 4 arrow. Yeah, this arrow had better have a 2, Paul Fly points out, because if it doesn't, it is at minimum 6, 7. And so this is only 6 or 7, with this being 8 or 9.
Very good.
So this 2 tells me there's a 2 in one of these 2 cells.
Okay. I'm
It's either a 3 or a 9, I believe. Because
yeah, you should be able to figure out which if you think about 2s a bit more.
Oh.
Think about the 2 you just placed, yeah.
Yeah, 2 is definitely on this line. Just by the fact that that 2 is there, and this cell can't be 2.
Yep. So
that's a tricky spot, just because of the having to combine this corner mark with this random digit is tricky.
Mm-hmm.
To look at
so
this
that's
row,
a 9. This is a 7, 8, and this must be
oh
a
right,
1
no one can
now.
see my drawings.
Yes. I'm still laughing at the Codex puzzle earlier when you said if everyone could see my drawings, that would make it clear. And I was looking at your drawings and I had no idea what you were showing.
I was 100% being sarcastic at the time, because I knew the drawings in that instance would not actually.
Now this arrow doesn't have a 1 on it.
Correct.
Yep. What a surprise. A 3-cell 9 arrow that doesn't have a 1.
You have a hidden 2-8 pair in box 6.
Got a 1
just
here.
From the
oh yep,
where the between line ends go,
which is going to place 8 in row 4, I think. Is it? The 8's certainly not there. Oh, yeah, the 8's not there either. That's going to have to be the 8, yeah, because you can't put a 1 on a between line. So this arrow is not 6, 7, or 8.
At some point, I might set it up again so that chat can see annotations, but I've had some technical issues with streaming with people.
The other digit up here is a 6, by the way.
Yeah, 1 and 6.
And so you know what these two are. 5 and 7.
7.
You know the order, fancy. And so you know what this digit is.
9.
Mm-hmm.
Sayori will want us to solve this algebra question, but I suggest leaving it for later.
Troll.
You can actually mark the rest of column 9.
That's true. Yeah, this is just a pair. 5, 7.
Mm-hmm. 3, 4, 9.
I hope this works out to be a 7 because it'll resolve it. So I guess you can fill in this triple as well.
Uh, 4, 5, 7.
Oh,
not 4.
6, 5, 6, 7. I think this is probably one of a puzzle of mine that has probably my favorite ending.
Oh, is this the one where the whole 1-9 between line thing started? This might be the puzzle that started the whole 1-9 between line thing.
So if you look at the arrow in box 4, it might be informative.
Let's see.
What is
no 1 and no 2.
Yeah, so it sums to at least 6, but it's only of those numbers 9 is the only one available.
It sums to at least 7.
I mean,
it's minimum 3, 4.
If it sums to at least 7, it also sums to at least 6. I was just cutting off the numbers that weren't ruled out by Sudoku, because Sudoku ruled out everything up above 5.
You can place 9 in box 6, Tristan.
Yes. Yeah, I have nothing wrong with 1 or 9 showing up in between line circles. It's just they shouldn't show up together in between line circles. That's the that's my opinion. But I agree with Jay. They kind of need to show up in the circle sometimes because they're not allowed to play on the lines, except in the one puzzle Tallcat and I made.
Oh yes. And you can place 1 in box 4 as well.
Kristen is really taking what I said about filling in the box 8 arrow to heart. So not 1, 8 or 2, 7. 3, 6 or 4, 5.
I'm going to insist that we don't resolve this arrow until last.
That is fair.
This is a bit of a tricky-ish spot, but if you look at 2 in box 4, that will help.
2 in box 4.
Goes in one of these cells.
So that resolves the 7 arrow.
I forgot about the 7 arrow. The 7 arrow still exists.
So 7 arrow is 3, 4 now.
Yeah, when I set vignettes, if you don't know this story, that was the first doubler puzzle. I started with one of the 6 grids was between lines, but it kept being too interesting. And so then I sort of put it off, and then I asked Tallcat to make a between line doubler puzzle with me, which we did, which was fun. And that was when Tallcat sort of figured out the thing that makes doublers cool.
Oh yeah. So you have a hidden.
We have a 3-4 pair in row 4.
You have 3
I don't know if that helps.
lots of places, which is kind of the whole point.
Oh, Sayori wants us to put a 1 in box 5.
That isn't a single. You're right, Tristan. The square you were looking at, yep.
It's not 1, 2,
3, 4, 5. I think it can be 6, but not 7, 8, or 9. So it is a 6. So maybe if you fill in the triple in row 3, it'll give us some insight into the circles. It's not just a 1-9 between line, but a 1-9 between line with 2, 3, 4 is the digits on it. So.
You have a 3-4 pair in row 1, by the way.
Very nice.
And then 2 in box 1 is now placed.
With a 5 above it, because you have a hidden 8-9 pair.
Should we color the 3-4s at some point, or would that be boring?
You don't need to color the 3-4s, but
I will actually give in and do this.
Yes.
There's a pair in box 8. It's a 7 and a 9, and so we even know the order.
Yep. And
so that's going to sort out box 9 at least a little bit. Maybe help with row 9, which has a 3, a 4, and a 6 left.
Yep.
And I know which one of them is the 6.
6 in box 7. Yeah.
Yep. For box 5 needs 2, 3, 4s in them. One of them has to go here, which combines with that. So that's a 5.
That was definitely something. That's a 3 or a 4, which makes this a 5, which makes this a 3 or a 4.
Yes.
Oh, and the corollary is this is the other 3/4, so that's a 2.
Yep.
Or corollary if you prefer.
I don't.
7 in box 2.
Yeah.
Can you mark these cells? And remember, none of them can be 3, 4. We have broken into the 1s and 6s. Surely it is all over now.
Almost. Whoops. Yep. So it's 5, 6, and 3, 4, and the 6 in the central box. And this is why I like the ending, because it all sets up, and then it basically, you have 3, 4 pairs everywhere.
And it all gets resolved by this last arrow.
Yep.
Yes, that is a very Sayori spot to finish the puzzle. Very nice.
Boom, boom. And doom, doom. Very good.
Yeah, really sweet puzzle.
Yeah, I think it's still probably one of the favorite that I've made. Because I was amazed when I actually got the original configuration with the between lines. The central between line wasn't there, and it was just a matter of tweaking where a couple of circles were, and it was amazing how it all clicked together.
Was this pre-ranks solver?
Yes, this is before I had rank solver, yeah. Because I do remember originally I was trying to have flat between lines across. So the between line in box 2, I was trying to have something similar in box 8, and it kept breaking, and it was driving me crazy as to why it kept breaking. Well, I actually stopped and thought about it. So,
oh yes, that is very often symmetry will break for some reason.
Yep. I think
that's why I always try to like not let myself start a puzzle too symmetric looking, because if it starts too symmetric looking, then I want to preserve the symmetry, and then it ends up being such a pain because it ends up breaking everything. Actually, for crosswalk, I started with the lines being almost symmetrical, and I was like, no, this is going to upset me. And I immediately moved the square so it wasn't in the symmetrical place to interact with the Renbon, which I thought made that, which I think made the break-in 10% harder to spot, but also made me 20% happier while setting it. So I was happy with it. But yeah, it's definitely something I've learned is, yeah, you try and do that, and then often it's sort of like, no, I have to break it, and I don't want to.
Yeah,
and I suggest a 6x6 to finish out on.
Yep.
I could do a 6x6.
Yep.
I'm looking at this Nordy hopping fences puzzle.
Bring it on up. We shall see.
We shall pass judgment.
Nordy says this is hopefully the predecessor to a 9x9 version. So, yes. Along the edges of cells, we draw a single closed loop that does not intersect or overlap itself or touch the grid border. Whenever a loop segment divides a pair of digits, those digits must be consecutive. So the loop acts as a bunch of white crop keys.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some blue lines, and the loop divides each blue line into 2 or more segments with equal sums.
Different lines have different sums.
Oh, so the
may have different sums.
Yeah.
Oh, may have different sums. So that word completely disappeared when I read it. When you add the word may, it has a much different meaning.
And box borders do not affect the blue lines in any way.
I love to see drawing on the edges as a thing. I don't see it a lot, but I think it's actually, well, I was gonna say I think it's much better because you get a lot more variety of loops, but you actually get less variety of loops if you do it like this, where you then my brain went away. Where you then say you can't draw on the edges, because then it's actually a smaller space of loops that you can draw than if you drew it through the centers. But I find that like 9x9 is just too small to draw an interesting loop through the centers of cells. But if you draw it on the edges, you get one more dimension, and that's just enough for there to be sort of like an infinite variety of loops.
Okay. All right, so each of these lines, the loop has to cross them in some way.
Yeah, so the loop always visits this corner, for example.
The same in box 1 as well.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that surely then God, how are we gonna even do this?
Exactly, AFK. It is exactly equivalent. My point is just that 9x9 is too small and 10x10 is just right for loop variety. If Sudoku was 10x10, then I think it would work.
Surely the line between row 1, column 3, and row 2, column 3 should be on the loop, right? Because that line has to be intersected in some way. And it can't touch the border of the grid.
So
both ends of this are odd. I don't know how exciting that is. But
yeah,
the sum is odd. Oh, maybe, sorry, maybe I don't true. Maybe, no, the sum is odd, and the sum is across the line, so the thing it's next to is even. So these are both odd, and that's always even.
Sure. I
don't know if that's where we're meant to start.
But... I mean, the white dot is a lot more powerful than the dividing, I think.
I think Tallcat is absolutely right about this. Because if we tried to not have this included, then how on earth do we divide up this line? And the only way we could do it is to do that.
Which doesn't work.
Which makes 2 one-cell segments in the same Sudoku box. So
why can't I break it up like, is this... I guess that doesn't work either.
This touches, you can't touch the edge of the grid.
Oh, right. You can't touch the edge of the grid. Right. Okay. So yeah, right. So this is definitely out because it would touch the edge of the grid.
So that line's going to be divided into 3 segments. So it's a multiple of 3.
These are all out.
Yeah. The line won't pass through. Well, I think we just say anything that's on the outside of the grid. I'm not going to mark them all.
I would X them all just for visual clarity.
Oh, God.
Yes, that's visually clear.
No, Zeta. No. Bad Zeta.
You can also put a stitch together X here. That will make Selena happy.
So the sum of that line, surely then, it's a sum of 3, and it's at least 15. So it's 5 or 6. So that means the row 1, column 1 is 3 or 6. Right?
Okay, this will be 3 segments.
So it's divisible by 3, and it's at least a sum of 15.
Because it's 5 digits. Okay.
So it either turns down here or it turns down here. Those are the only 2 options because of the invisible X's.
Yep.
And the outie, therefore, is a 3 or a 6 because of math.
Right. We're either summing to 15 or 18.
Yes. All right. I'm done for the day. My contribution.
So, this can't be. Of course, this can't be. If it did this, then that and that would both be consecutive to this number. You have to explain that, but because people can't see my annotations.
Yeah, sorry. If this were in, then these 2 would both be consecutive with this, but this has to be the biggest thing.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
So it's funny. I saw it as breaking is because you'd need 2 1s, but your way is much easier.
So in fact, we get this.
And so this digit is a 1 and is our first digit.
Why is this a 1?
Because these 2 are consecutive.
Then this one's big.
Yes. 6, 5, or 5, 4. So that must be a 1.
They're not going to listen to me, Paul Fly, but it is true. I agree with you.
I agree. I do.
Okay, only Tristan doesn't agree.
Yep. Now I get it. So that's a 1. That's a 2.
Put 1 down first, please.
Oh. We usually don't dance for 6 by 6s, but
we'll let Quackers get in some extra practice. In fact, we'll let Quackers lead this one, since Quackers usually is the backup dancer. But we'll let Quackers be the lead dancer for this one.
Oh no, it's fine. He needs someone to follow the lead.
All right.
The one dance very well.
Whoop-a-doop. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you.
Very good. That's 3 or 4.
Yep.
So the loop has to continue down because oh no, it could go across, couldn't it? Never mind.
It could.
These are also consecutive. No, we get that automatically.
So
we know there's a 3 in the row 1, and we know there's a 5 in what that's worth.
Oh yeah,
these two are definitely part of the same sum, which seems relevant. And there's no 4 in this vertical piece here.
The difference with this one is that we can repeat digits on it. Carl claims there must be a border here. Yeah.
Yeah, that if you draw on the X's, I think it's a lot more clear what is happening with this this particular thing.
So
like this is also an X. But that means we can just never take this either. And so the loop never visits here. And so the only place the loop can divide has to go through here. But now that in fact forces this whole L.
Sorry, can you explain to me why the border, that border that you just erased can't be
on
this one? Which one?
This one wasn't right.
Oh, that one's not right. But the
so then why can you not take the border between row 5 column 1 and row 5 column 2?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we can.
Zeta tried to get me to X
that, but that is not actually this one. It actually can visit.
Yeah. But either way, the vertical thing goes through here. That's the point.
Why though? Oh, okay,
because otherwise it does this and
yeah. So the point is you draw in a hypothetical X and then you figure out that it has to do that.
Yes. Okay, that I get. Yeah.
And so so there again can't be a line here because if there is, you put 2 1s into box 5. So you know what this does.
Yeah, that's true. It's the same as before.
Yeah.
And now we draw in our 1s.
So that's a 1 now.
Mm-hmm. And so the thing next to it is a 2.
So now that has to be a 2, and this sum is 3.
Yes. And that looks up, 3 looks up.
Yep.
Because this couldn't be 3, 4, or 4, 5.
No, because by Sudoku, where the
by
twos
Sudoku,
were.
We needed a 2 in these
by Sudoku,
cells.
there's a 2 in it. Okay, sorry. I thought we were using this like string of by-value cells to rule out every option.
Yeah. So you have a 6 in column 2.
Oh, this digit, by the way, is definitely not a 6 because it's part of the sum.
Yes.
And so this is not a 3 in any event.
Mm-hmm. That's
So
a 5, 1.
And so now
there
we figure out how to divide this.
Yep. Can't turn right, so it must turn
Yep.
left. So you can't draw a line between the 6 and 1 in box 2. Sorry, box 3.
This
Because
is a naked 6, by the way.
What?
This cell I've circled is a naked 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
Which makes that a 3. With an X.
Mm-hmm.
So now we can...
The loop has to go upwards in box 3 because 6 and 1 aren't consistent. Yeah.
And 2
Likewise,
and 6
2
aren't
and 6
consecutive.
either.
So it has to continue
Mm-hmm.
here.
So you can fill in the rest of box 5. It's 5 and 4.
Yeah, that's actually how I spotted this naked 6. Was I spotted a 4, 5 hidden pair over there.
And now this must be a 5.
Yep.
Which it has been for a while, but... And
these
this
are 3,
is a
4.
3, 4.
Six is placed in box 6 because it's 2 is not consecutive with 5. It's a surprisingly potent roll there.
It is. I assumed the consecutive was going to be the messiest part. Although I feel like this would be tricky in a 9x9 because the two rules don't play well together.
Row 1, column 4 is a naked 1.
Which is like the perfect thing to do in a 6x6 because there's so much pressure on the sum when the dividing lines also have to be consecutive.
Mm. Okay, so 1 is placed in column 6. And a 5, 6 bottom. So surely that must be a 1, 5. Because you can't divide that between them. Right? That has to be 1, 5 with the sum being with a division between the 1. Oh no, maybe not. It could be 1, 6. I'm forgetting that you can have 3-digit sums. Ignore me.
In fact, I don't think the loop can pass twice through this.
No, it definitely divides. It definitely has to divide once. But I was thinking, because it's a 3-digit sum in my head, I was thinking, oh, it has to be 1.
So
5,
our sum can't possibly be 6. Because that can't be a 1.
Yes. So it has to be 1, 6, yeah. And it has to be 2, 2, 3.
2, 2, 3 seems likely.
Well, the division has to be next to the 1. The loop has to go past by the 1.
Yep.
So that has to be a 2, yeah. Now
Okay,
we
let's
should
make sure to
People in
finish our
chat
loop.
identified that this loop was going to go this way or this way, and both of them were going to put this cell next to a 1, so that cell was going to be a 2 for a long time.
Mhm.
I didn't quite understand it when chat was explaining it until Garion said it just now, but now it is clear.
So the loop above the segment we drew in box 4 has to go left. It can't go up because then it would be stuck. And now it has to go up again.
Why? Oh, it can't cut through the line.
We can't separate yet, though.
Yep, and then left.
This is
And
going to be
it
a
can't
5.
go under the 2 because nothing adjacent to 2 is available.
Let's go left.
There we go.
And now we need, yep, and then the last digit.
Woohoo! Neat idea.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that would. I think that would be very difficult to. I think you would end up breaking a lot setting a 9x9, but I'd be curious to see Nordy do it.
I think I like both of the ideas here. I think I would divorce them into 2 separate puzzles. And then add something like the loop breaking the lines into region sums is great, and the loop forcing a bunch of consecutive digits I think is also great. I think the interplay between them is, I think, going to prove to be a nightmare if you try and make this bigger.
I don't know. Have you been working on it, Nordy?
Although the consecutive one might also lead to like, oops, this is broken a lot more than one would hope. But yeah, I think there's 2 very cool ideas here.
Yeah, it is a neat idea. I do, yeah. I think the sort of thing of having a loop that is going to divide region sum lines and you have to forget the borders aren't doing it is the sort of thing that would drive Simon crazy, which I think would be absolutely hilarious to watch. So
by all means, try it. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
I want to thank Tallcat for joining us today.
Oh, yes, much appreciated.
It has been a while. It's good to get into a puzzle groove, and hopefully this will actually help my brain start get into a setting habit again.
Yeah, I should attempt to make a puzzle again as well. I at least kind of started one.
Yeah, I know Codex and I have been talking about collaborating for a few weeks, so I think I should make that happen.
Nice.
Yes.
I have enjoyed collaborating with you. You tend to collaborate by sending screenshots and long messages back and forth, which works very well with my style of thinking about things in interstitial moments, and then sort of incrementally making progress.
Yeah, we did have that. What was it? Was it Cat's Cradle, your puzzle, where you had the 6x6s?
Oh yeah.
And we had started messing around with that, but then I think we both just were too busy tying ourselves in knots over it.
Yeah, we will assuredly collaborate again. I don't know if we want to say we have one collab or 2 collabs. Depends on whether you want to acknowledge the one of them, I suppose.
Oh, what? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Well, we'll ignore one of them for now. It can, if we get a third collab, do it again. If it's a third collab, that's better. Oh, great! My boyfriend has just wandered into the chat.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
Well, Tallcat is fabulous, so you're very lucky.
Dear. Who let him in? But no, thank you for having me. That was a lot of fun, as always.
Joe says he is lucky.
Later. We'll have words later. But, Tristan and Zeta, kindling arguments since. Yeah.
I don't think we've ever kindled an argument. We're saints. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. It has been a day of great puzzles. I don't just say that because we did one of my puzzles and one of your puzzles, but those were clearly the highlight. No, the Codex puzzle today was definitely the one that really sort of is going to stand out in my mind from today's.
No, that was very nice. I enjoyed that immensely.
So precise in the setting of that one. All right, but yes, thank you everyone, and thank you for everyone who supports the stream. If you would like to support the stream, again, the way you can do that is click the join button down below, and you can support us for as little as $5 a month and get your fancy Zach emotes. We love to see the Zach emotes. So thank you everyone who does that. We do greatly appreciate it. And last but not least, thank you to our turbines. What?
And if you're not able or you don't want to financially contribute, that is absolutely fine. We appreciate likes and subscribes just as much.
Absolutely. Last but not least, we'll thank our turbines, Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. Thank you all very much, and I'll see you all soon.
Yep, and I will be back on stream on Tuesday.
And I will be back Friday at the latest, but there's a chance I will want to do a setting stream this week because I have not done one in a bit. And doing a setting stream is a good way to actually make sure a puzzle falls out. So we will see. But
all right.
Thanks, everyone. Bye for now.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.